walking down the aisle, I pretty much knew I was making a mistake. And I knew the night before that I should have canceled. But when I'm looking at 200 guests who showed up for us and spent all this time investing money to come, I just kind of had this guilt, like I can't do this to them, right? So I'll suffer on account of that. But we were only married for 5 out of 19 years. Once we got married, it was just an immediate shift. And I even learned maybe a couple years into the marriage that he actually cheated on me 2 weeks after the wedding.
Hi, I'm Clarissa from Love Fearlessly. I want to tell you about the products we create with faith and purpose in mind. At Love Fearlessly, we design biblical affirmation cards, journals, and wall art to encourage you and keep God's promises front and center in your life. These are more than just beautiful items, they're tools to help you stay rooted in scripture, speak life over yourself, and create an atmosphere of faith in your home. Whether you're starting your day with affirmations, journaling your prayers, or decorating your space with God's truths, our products are here to remind you that His love and promises never fail. So if you're ready to bring more faith and encouragement into your daily life, check us out. At Love Fearlessly, we're here to help you live boldly in God's love.
Up, Brave Hearts community. This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scary to Remarry, inspiring you to love fearlessly with my co-host, Aquila Maddox. What's up, Q?
Nothing much. Excited. Looking forward to this conversation.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And I want to jump into this topic because this topic is near and dear to my heart, and I know it's near and dear to yours too. This whole life after divorce series, right?
Yes, that's why I'm excited because it's a thing.
It's the thing. It's real life out here. We're going to jump into today's guest. I'm excited about this one. Today's guest is a dynamic podcast host, IT professional, and plus size model from West Hartford, Connecticut. A proud graduate of North Carolina A&T State University, she balances her career with motherhood, raising her two children while sharing her insights on relationships, self-love, and personal growth. Through her podcast, she dives into real conversations about love, divorce, and resilience, empowering others with her candid storytelling and lived experiences. Bravehearts community, let's show some love to Darielle Forbes. How are you doing this evening?
I'm
Girl?
fantastic. How you guys doing?
Wonderful. Wonderful. We are glad to have you and that beautiful smile, honey.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Yes, let's get into it. Okay. I want to kick it off, Sean. We ready?
Yeah, let's go. You rolling. Let's go.
Listen, because we is out here living life after divorce, y'all. You know, it's a real thing.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to all of those who are, on the other side of that. And a shout out to you, not like it's a club we want you to be in, but we want you to know that life, that means the breath, that means the happiness, the joy, and all of that can still exist after that. So that's what I take by life after divorce because, baby, when I was going through the divorce, there. Baby, I felt like I was going to meet the Lord, okay? Die. Like just die.
I absolutely understand. I sure did too.
Did you?
Yeah.
So give us a little storyline. You don't got to give all the deets, but give whatever you're comfortable with. Let's start with that first before we get into the question. Like you wake up and this reality is that you're about to be pivoting in relationship, working your way down to divorce. Give me some deets.
Well, I guess I'll give you just a little bit of background. So, I think when I initially met Sean, I was telling him that I met my ex-husband at North Carolina A&T State University. Thought we were both freshmen. Went through, I completed my degrees. He went through at least the first 3 years and then decided he had to drop out. It wasn't until I got divorced that I found out my ex was never even a student at the school.
Shut the front door.
When I tell you, I dealt with so many lies, just excessive cheating. I mean, compulsive and habitual lies, a lot of stealing. He was just a thief. It was so many things that I think in my young 18-year-old mind, I just didn't have enough experience with relationships. It was my first relationship. I had moved to North Carolina from Connecticut. I just really I didn't know anything. I didn't know anybody. And he just had a way of sucking me up. And I think he saw my lifestyle, the family I came from, the support system I had, and was like, oh, I want in. And so from there, we spent several years together. I had my daughter. My daughter's now 13. And so I think just getting pregnant and having, going through that transition was like, okay, while I knew in my heart that it probably wasn't right because I came from a family where my parents are just, they're celebrating 42 years of marriage this year.
Wow.
I
Wow.
think I
Wow.
so badly wanted to do the same and keep
Amen.
my kids in the same house with their father. But even, I tell people in my podcast, walking down the aisle, I pretty much knew I was making a mistake. And I knew the night before that I should have canceled. But when I'm looking at 200 guests who showed up for us and spent all this time investing money to come, I just kind of had this guilt, like I can't do this to them, right? So I'll suffer on account of that. But we were only married for 5 out of 19 years. Um, Once we got married, it was just an immediate shift. And I even learned maybe a couple years into the marriage that he actually cheated on me 2 weeks after the wedding. So it was just so much going on that I'm like, I realized we just weren't a good match.
Yeah.
We were not equally yoked. We have so many differences from his upbringing, his childhood to mine. Um, it was just very frustrating. But in that last year of marriage with him was the absolute worst. I started having panic attacks like crazy. I mean, I was just losing weight sometimes on my own, sometimes not. I just can't eat, can't sleep. You just nervous system's all messed up. But from there, I started to prepare myself really in that last year that I've got to do something different or this may potentially kill me. I mean, the stress and all the things I was dealing with, it was just too much. I actually found he was cheating on me with 4 different women 4 days before my 37th birthday. And I had been praying to God for months, like, please just show me something. Please give me the strength. Please give me the courage to finally wake up and realize I deserve better than this. This is not going to stop because I've tolerated so many things throughout the years. And yeah, when I discovered that, that was it. It was like, all right, cool. Thank you for giving me my out. I'm good. I'm done. I've done everything I could here. You clearly don't want this. I'm clearly not the one for you. And it made the decision that much easier for me to walk away.
Wow.
Yeah.
Barry, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question. Q, I know you probably have a question because I seen you over there. Can you just give me the mindset of knowing? Because I hear this a lot from women that when they are right before they open the door and they getting ready to walk out in front of everybody, they say, "I knew I was marrying the wrong person."
Yeah.
Is it that you just do this because of the event? Because at the end of the day, the family and friends and stuff, I get it, but they're gonna leave and you gotta be with this one person.
That's the part that I don't think I factored that in. Like I thought that maybe, okay, we're gonna make this commitment. Maybe he's gonna take it serious. I'm gonna try because now this is my husband. I'm gonna put in the work, but he never did. Like I was going to counseling and therapy and doing all these things, and he just, I tried to drag him with me, and I'm like, it should not be this forced. But I think maybe I think I felt like it was my time. I think we all kind of have this story like this is my time. It's my time to get married. It's my time to have the wedding. I want to be the wife. I want the title. I want the ring. But it was just all a facade. When looking back on it, I mean, all the happy pictures, all of the, social media love, it was just all a facade. Like, because we smile for the cameras, put these little pictures up, and then 2 seconds later, we're back to fighting. I'm back to crying. We're back to sleeping in separate rooms. He's on the couch. It was ridiculous. And I'm like, this is not what the love I grew up seeing,
Hmm.
but it's similar to the love that he grew up seeing with parents in separate homes and his father in and out of his life. So
Mm.
I just kind of tried to like, okay, well, it's not going to be perfect. I tried to justify it and find some ways to, accept it. But the hurt I was putting myself through, it was like, no, this is not worth it. And I'm setting a really bad example for my daughter. And I don't want to continue doing that.
Yes.
Mhm.
But yeah, I knew the night before I shouldn't have been doing this. My best
Mhm.
friend was even like, talk to your mom. Go and talk to her and let her know. And she's gonna help you. And I was like, my parents spent so much money on the wedding as well.
Mhm.
I was like, I can't do this to them. I just could not. I just didn't have the heart. And so many things went wrong in the wedding that I knew was like God was giving me all the signs. The cake was a disaster, food was a disaster. It was just so many things that I'm like, this is not how it was supposed to be.
Yeah. I think it's really challenging. So I must tell you, sis, you are telling my story.
Mm,
And I mean, in different ways, but I did the same. I was walking down the aisle knowing that I should not have been doing it. And people would say the same, like, well, how did you do it? And it wasn't about the dress. It wasn't about the day for me.
Okay.
I think people don't realize that the disappointment that you are gonna, that you, especially being a people pleaser, boo, I'm not gonna not think of people. I'm gonna definitely think about the judgment that somebody else is gonna place on me and how stupid. See, people gonna say, now here's what you learn later, right? I know everybody can sit in the comments and tell you, like, oh, well, you should have did. Well, boo, I wasn't mature. I wasn't strong. I wasn't confident enough to be
Right.
able to make a decision and get the backlash that may have come with that. Now,
Right.
granted, you may have given me backlash on this side, but do you understand how much backlash I had in the marriage? So now if you talk crazy about me for marrying him in the first place, I've grown to the place where I can stand it all. I
That's
can stand and accept that I made a dumb decision. I can stand and accept that you think I'm stupid. I can stand all of that because I done did so much work that your judgment at this point doesn't impact me the same. But in that moment where I was, like, and I share all the time, it is not an excuse, it's a reality. Being a deep church girl, having this consideration for presentation, because even though people be like, don't worry about what nobody think, it's a lie. Like you just saw people shun this young lady all over social media, which has been happening, but we just see it more publicly, where that young lady got pregnant and they shunned her out, with the church or whatever. And people were, getting on the church for, putting her at a public display like that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, newsflash, we interrupt your regularly scheduled program to let you know this is not new. Not to mention, the woman who committed adultery, they brought her out as a public spectacle to stone her in the Bible, right? So my point is this, right? We are cultivated in this environment, depending on your upbringing, where you are made a spectacle of when you make decisions that are less than favorable or they don't present well. And so you begin to refrain from. So yeah, no, I wasn't out here talking to my mama either. And I can talk to my mama about everything, but I was concerned as well for the money, the investment, the time that people went in to planning this. And every bit of my stomach was in knots, telling me like, okay, Aquila, this is your moment. And you're not lying. I'm talking about people was like, you was crying coming down the aisle. Yes, because I should not have been going down the aisle. Like I wasn't even crying initially out of happiness. I wasn't. I was so embarrassed that I
Mhm.
did not have the confidence to make the better decision for me.
Mm,
I felt horrible.
mm,
That's something. You know what's crazy? I'm usually such a very emotional person. So I just pictured myself bawling and boo-hooing, walking down the aisle. I was so emotionless. And it was physically around me. Even I remember my daddy walking me down the aisle and he's all emotional and crying. Oh, my baby girl. I said, Daddy, suck it up. Stop this. At least let my pictures look good. Don't
mm,
have all these tears. I don't have time for that. Let's just go ahead and get this done. And I remember him looking at me like, what? Like, that's not supposed to be your reaction. And I couldn't shed a single tear that day. No, it was no emotions.
Yeah.
wow.
So
So
all of that to say, y'all, it's rough sometimes. So I give grace to those who you have to navigate, get into those places. I want you to give grace to yourself because maturity is a real thing. Like we don't, being older, being tall, paying your own bills don't guarantee maturity. We
right.
have to grow into that and develop that muscle,
Mhm.
right? To be able to be mature. Well, now I wouldn't marry nobody today because honey, I'm not gonna repeat that. Okay.
Walked away prepared. If I die alone, it's okay. I have a beautiful network of friends, family. I've got my kids. For the
Absolutely.
first time in so many years, I was telling somebody on my last show, I do not feel lonely. I felt so lonely in my marriage, but now that I don't have to carry that dead weight and deal with the drama, I am so at peace and I just feel so good. And just walking away gave me so much more confidence and really helped my self-esteem in ways I just could not do while I was with him.
I got you. What
Mhm.
was the most challenging part of healing after your divorce? And then how did you work through that?
I'm going to say learning to be okay in the solitude, learning to really be okay with myself. When you've gone 19 years with being with someone, that's just a lot of time. You've always had a partner. You've always had someone there to call, to talk to whatever, to eat with, watch TV. Like learning how to do that alone was really difficult for me. So even in those first few months, I mean, honestly, I was like a serial dater. I was just going out left and right, you know? But then I had to put a pause on it. Like, let me stop. I started getting me and my kids back in the church because for several years, my ex suddenly became like an atheist. It's like he just didn't believe in God anymore. We just stopped going to church. There was no praying. I'm like, me and my kids are sneaking to say our prayers at night. So just getting back into that, and my parents, because I actually had moved back home with my parents when I got divorced. I was like, nope, I need help. I need to stack some money. So when I moved home, my parents are very, very religious, very in the church, and they were like, "Let's go. We're going to take you the kids," and we started going to a church right here in our neighborhood, and it's just a nice, diverse community. The kids have plenty of their classmates and folks who go to school there, and some of our friends and their parents. So it was beautiful for me just getting back into that space, not feeling the shame to pray, not feeling the shame to call on God, um, and again, just being in a space where I could work on it and I have the support and I don't have someone chewing me up and you don't need to do this, you don't need to believe in that. He would go from just so many different extremes. The black woman is God. There is no God. It's like, oh my God, make up your mind. It was just a very confusing space to be in, but even just taking time to meditate, I was getting in the gym a little bit more. So just taking those taking those steps to do things I feel like again, I just really didn't have the time. I didn't have the mental capacity to do. I think that helped significantly.
That's good. So environment changes are important, is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes, yes, it
You
is.
said you change your environment, and while everybody may not go home, honey, it's something neutralizing about being with somebody that just love you so solid, you
Yes,
know. And so
absolutely.
I
Love
think
the
that's
baby.
great.
Absolutely.
Yes, and your kiddos and stuff. So I'm glad to hear that you had that resource
Me
to
too.
go and reset. So that's really good. When did you first realize that your marriage wasn't working?
Uh, immediately. Immediately after it started, I was explaining to Sean, I have a background in graphic design. And so my ex was starting a business like on eBay selling things, and I was helping him with things like websites, and he was eventually like, I want to start a podcast. And I'm like, okay, well, let's do it. I'm going to use my skills. I'm going to help you. We're doing logos, we're creating tags, we're creating packaging and stuff for our items. But I realized he was putting, and excuse me, I got a cold, honey, but he was putting so much pressure on me to get it done while he just got to do like the fun stuff, the shopping for the items and bragging to everybody, I've got this business. No, this is my business because I'm doing 90% of the work here. But I still did it. I was encouraging him, like, hey, let's do the podcast thing, especially around COVID. They were really blowing up. So it's like I'm buying new computers, green screens, cameras, lighting, microphones, all kinds of stuff. Like, let's do. Fully supported it. He just didn't have the confidence to get on camera. And so when I started kind of going through like the business Instagram and social media, that's when I started finding the messages and realized when I put the dates together, wow, you were sleeping with this woman 2 weeks after we got married. This is and left the evidence for me to find. So I'm like, did you want to get caught? Like, what was this? So it was like a series of those things happening when I started realizing this is some bull. Like, I shouldn't be spending all this time and effort into your dreams, your business, while I'm putting mines on the back burner. I didn't put any time into my arts. I didn't put any time into my music, anything that I do. And when I want to address it, like, hey, let's get some help. Let's sit and talk about it. He would become so rageful and started to do these things like, he's punching holes in the walls to scare me. He was very emotionally abusive. And he'd throw things past my head to scare me and intimidate me. And my children all the time are hearing us in the garage just arguing left and right. And it just started becoming like this cannot be the patterns. Like this is just no way to live. And when I realized, like, we tried marriage counseling 3 sessions. After every session, we would go a week without talking.
Mm.
So eventually, after the third session, I'm like, I don't even want to do this anymore because I know what's to come. And so I think he intentionally was doing these things and learning just this is manipulation. Just I want to make sure she knows this is what it's going to be. If you want to force me to do this, this is what you're going to have to deal with after every time. So I just was like, stop. I'm just going to do my own sessions and go through counseling. And I thank God I went through that process and really I started working with a black male counselor. I switched. I had a black female. I switched to black male. And I really went to him like, I need you to help me understand these men. Help me understand, tell me the truth, break it down to me. Because I feel like sometimes when you're with a female therapist, it's like they become homegirl. Like, I'm going to tell you the
I
things that
got
sit comfortable. I
Mhm.
wanted somebody to tell me the uncomfortable truths. And he was so raw with me. And I was like, wow, this is what I needed to hear. He's like, how do you heal in a place where you're being beaten, you're being broken, you're being cut? And I'm like, you're right. There's no way to get better, especially when he's not putting in the work to be a better person, even just for himself or for his kids.
Yeah.
So that was a tough reality coming into that space. But once I left, I was grateful that I was left with all that equipment because I was never really big on being on camera. Again, I just wasn't putting a lot of time into myself. But then, I was like, I should do something with this stuff. I should start my own podcast. And honestly, I can't believe I had the heart and the courage to go out and do it and start sharing my story because it was scary at first, and it kind of started as like almost kind of like a joke, I'll be honest. My podcast is called Hoe Busters. Okay. And I got the name from my ex-husband. He started calling me a hoe buster when I was constantly catching him cheating. So I was like, the last time he said, I'm like, I'm gonna make you eat these words one day. And my friends like, that would be the best. Like, just call it the Hoe Busters podcast. I'm like, you know what? So I got it trademarked and I've been running with it. And it's starting to pick up some traction and, I'm getting more followers and it's hilarious. I still can't believe I'm doing this. Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Got the equipment and everything.
I mean, he gave me the blueprint to go ahead and get started. It's crazy.
Wow. Oh my God. What what was it like stepping back into the dating world post divorce, and how did you approach it differently?
You know, um, I feel like I never truly had the experience to date. So when I first moved to school, I met this guy 2 months into my freshman year.
Mhm.
So I didn't have a lot of experience dating.
Mhm.
I didn't, it just weren't that many opportunities. I was really, really into school. But once I left, whoa, it almost was like the floodgates opened. Everyone who'd been sitting back waiting was ready, like, oh, you single now? Let me take you out. I want to take you on this trip. Let's go shopping, let's do this. And it was so very overwhelming. It was very overwhelming. I jumped on dating apps at one time, and you're matching with so many people. And I think honestly, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was pretty much what I expected it to be. My ex became a real homebody after so many years, and so I remember in like the last couple of years of our marriage, we might have gone on 1 or 2 dates a year. And so to now have all these people planning things, making reservations, taking me, I mean, I've been in Charlotte for 12 years, knew nothing about Charlotte. Now I've been to so many restaurants and so many like, adult um places to go do golf and I mean all kinds of fun things. I'm like, I wouldn't have experienced this if I was still married. So
Mm.
I had a lot of fun, but it also gave me the space to learn how to really set boundaries and really learn to raise my standards. Where because I had these options, it's like I don't have to entertain everybody. I can go out here and I can choose. You know what I mean? I felt for so long like because I wasn't getting attention at one time with my marriage or with my husband or when I was married, I
Yeah.
kind of felt like I lost it all. Like I don't have it. And I think that's part of what made me stay as well. Like nobody's going to want me. We had Kevin Samuels telling us if you're over 35, if you're plus size, if you've got multiple kids, you're damaged goods. So I truly believe that. And I think that forced me to feel like, okay, I got to stay here because I'm not going to have any options when I go out here. That was the furthest thing from the truth.
Mhm.
And so I think it was a good way for me to learn, like, you know what, you can't get caught up in all the noise, and just being able to work on myself, getting myself out in different spaces, meeting different people, meeting different caliber of men. It was like, okay, this is this is honestly everything I thought it would be. Because I did develop this kind of fear of missing out, where I just felt like I was so deprived of so many things in my marriage that now I have the freedom and I have the space to go and explore. And honestly, it was beautiful. But in the last 5 months, I think now that we're in March, I've actually just taken a break from dating. I've fallen back. I'm like, I just don't want to deal with anyone. I just need to go back to having some quiet, some peace. I want to focus on my podcast, and
Hmm.
I'm working on trying to buy a house this year. And I'm just like, I just want to focus on all those things. And
Yeah.
I've got friends, and we go out and stuff like that. If I feel bored, I'm stuck in the house too long. Oh, I could go out and have some dinners. But I've been practicing celibacy and just like taking that time where it's almost like the thrill is gone a little bit. You have so much fun. It's like, okay, yay. But now the thrill is kind of gone. And I just feel so much better here where I don't have the distractions because it is very distracting. And then, if you're dealing with multiple people, it's like you're not being totally forthcoming. You're not being honest. You're lying. Oh, I got something going on with my kids here. No, I'm just going out here. And so it just didn't feel good. And so I just kind of was like, no, this is really not me. And I don't want to take on some of the things that I feel like my ex was doing, like, and I'm seeing with him, like becoming a liar. That it doesn't feel good in my soul. So I was like, I've got to stop this. And so when I am ready to date, I don't want to have multiple people and kind of juggling folks. No, I hope I find someone who I'll take the time to get to know. We'll see where things go, and if not, I know how to easily walk away now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the celibacy piece for a minute? Because I think that is important.
Hmm.
And I'm glad you brought that up because in this culture that we live in today, it's the wild, wild west, wild,
Yeah,
wild world.
it
Uh,
is.
can you talk about the mindset and the decision to make that decision? I think we should talk about that because somebody might need to hear this.
I understand. And I've been talking to some of my girlfriends and people who I connect with through the podcast as well. I think when you first, especially if like you're in a really long-term relationship, decades or more, um, it's like you want something new.
Hmm.
Want to go out here again. There's things I wasn't getting in my marriage that people are very open and willing to give me here.
Hmm.
But then I understood the importance of like how like your body count and how that's just like for women, we cannot have a high body count. So that's something I really made like um that's something that was important to me. Like as much as I was dating, I was not sleeping with everyone. Like I could not, and the ones who I did end up getting involved with, like some guys, it was months, 4 or 5 months before I'd even take it to that place. Just because it's like I never felt like the type of person just go give it out to anybody.
Yeah.
I don't care how much you're spending on dinners or like, no, that was not me because I didn't grow up seeing that. Even despite what we're hearing in the culture and in music or just all around, it's like, oh, he's taking you out. It's almost expected. You're supposed to give him some. No, I don't. I don't believe that. And you can stand firm in your boundaries and your standards and say, I'm not going to be that person. I think for me, um, not practicing celibacy, um, it's important because I think it gave me a little bit more time to really learn me, learn myself again. Just not feel like I've got to get caught up in all the hype almost. Like I don't have to be that person. And again, I think it was just almost more of a distraction. Like how I tell people all the time, and I don't mind sharing this. I was a compulsive weed smoker, right? For several years. And I found myself getting caught up in smoking weed as much as I was because I needed to numb something. And I think we sometimes use sex the same way. Like you just need to numb something, you just need to feel something.
Hmm.
Um, and it just, again, it was like these temporary, the temporary sensations. What is it really doing for you? Especially if you're not in like a relationship with this person, you're
Hmm.
sharing your body, you're risking, STDs or pregnancy or whatever, even the emotional, the soul ties. Like I just could not do that with multiple people.
Yeah.
So for me, I think it just helped me to see like I can be very disciplined. I have more self-control than I thought. Um, and that again, like if I am willing to break this celibacy, it's going to be for somebody who truly deserves it. It's not just going to be, oh, because this guy took me to a 5-star steakhouse. No, that's just not enough.
It's
Yeah.
true.
But again, I think it's like we're almost taught to feel like, well, if he's doing this for you, you better do it because what you're not doing, the next woman will. I don't care. Let her do it. So for me, I just honestly, I feel a lot stronger in these last few months, being in this space and just not being bothered. It's much more peaceful.
Yeah. I think you said something.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, no, you're good. You said something that I think is also important too. I think that, even in an experience for me, I remember connecting with the person. You said because sometimes people are trying to numb something. But you also said, sometimes people are trying to feel something. And I don't know if you caught what you said, but sometimes people are trying to, when you deal with people who seem to have no feeling, who seem to have no connection to how you feel, you try to forge that,
Mm-hmm.
like you try to create that moment. And I remember being in a hurt place and having a good moment where we're dating and I'm feeling something, but again, it was still from a not a healed place, just being honest.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted that feeling of feeling to not go anywhere.
I get it.
I wanted to keep feeling, and I didn't want the feeling to not end. And it was after being in a place where you're dismissed, overlooked, not paying attention, not no attention. And this wasn't about like, and sometimes it's unfortunate that everybody thinks when you don't get attention, you just go out and look for attention. No, you table that.
Yeah.
You internally table that that's your reality. You're just not getting attention. Your needs are not being met. You just table that. Everybody's not out trying to juggle in multiple relationships. And here's what I think about when you said I ended up finding myself being dishonest is because we don't practice that.
Right.
When you don't practice juggling multiple relationships, you're not good at it, you know?
Right.
So
Yeah.
when I got into dating multiple people, Sean,
Hmm.
I was very uncomfortable with the idea of telling a person I'm dating more than one person. I was very uncomfortable. I had to develop that again. I had to develop that muscle of being able to say because I naturally felt like I was doing something wrong to someone. Although we're all out here dating multiple people to figure this out, and you said you're doing it, it's not comfortable for me.
Yeah.
My angle already is to be with one person. And so even though I feel like I have to, maybe what they say, kiss a couple frogs to get there,
Hmm.
and people are like, well, I'm dating multiple people and we're going to see who, whatever
Rise to
person.
the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Correct.
no, no. It wasn't that simple, Sean. I was like, well, I don't want him to know that I'm dating someone else because what if he doesn't want to date me anymore? It's all the people pleasing. I'll be swearing it'd be like
Mm.
Yeah.
hanging me, right? It be hanging me. But it's
Yeah.
a truth, that it's not everybody is not the same. And that's why I appreciated our previous guest who said it's important for us to go in understanding the perspective of the person that we are dealing with and talking to. Because I've had to, I feel like in my own experiences, it was much more safe for me for someone to not come in and automatically think that I look like and I acted like everybody else. I'm over here literally failing forward in a way that looks very 12 years old, but I was sheltered in certain ways, meaning to your point, if you have only seen a marriage where two people have been together 40, people don't realize that's a sheltering as well. So
Yeah.
you did not experience, right? If a person is sheltered, that means they're covered, they're protected. It doesn't mean they're stupid. It means they're not exposed to certain things. So you were inexperienced with seeing people dating multiple people or talking to multiple people or not being intentional about a person's feelings. And because I remember the first time I got divorced and went on a date and somebody was mean, I was like, they are mean out here. Like, it's
Yeah, right.
Right.
and mean to me, somebody else may not think it being mean, but I'm used to a person who's a gentleman.
Of
Yeah.
course.
So
That's
if a
good.
man was using profanity, I feel like it was mean.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's
And that's your reality. And and you have the right to feel like that, you know?
Thank you, Sean.
Because I because I remember going through my divorce. And my ex-wife and I, we were already separated, and I'm just waiting on her to sign these divorce papers. I'm like, lady, what are you doing? I'm spending this money. Anyway, when people found that out, because I literally stayed right down the street from my job, people were like, oh, you. I was like, look, I'm not, you ain't about to get me caught up in no nonsense. I got a 14-year-old daughter. Nope, I ain't about to get caught up in no jam. Nah, I'm
He
good.
said no jam.
Yeah, no jam. Because I always tell you, Q, God keep me on a short leash. I'm like, I'll do something stupid, and that's gonna cost me. So I was like, nah, I'm
It's
good.
that short leash right there. That's it.
That's I get whoopings quick. God will whoop me in a New York minute. Um, I want to. This has been a phenomenal episode. Let's just take a moment to hear from our sponsor at Love Fearlessly. This is Love Fearlessly intimacy card deck. My wife and I created 30 cards to ask on a date. I know a lot of people have intimate card decks, but this is from a husband and wife couple who put their minds together to really think about both of the sexes. So no matter if you're on a date, if you've been in a relationship of 10, 15 years, people are always changing and evolving. So Derry, I want to ask a question from the deck, and you ready to answer?
Let's do it.
Okay. I ain't gonna get too deep. We'll save the other cards.
My drum roll.
No, yeah. How did you manage hurt and disappointment growing up?
Mm, Probably lashing out and rebelling. I had moments where I'd run away as a child. I done stole my mom and daddy's cars, just skipping school. Um, I grew up, I mentioned I grew up in West Hartford, Connecticut, which is a predominantly white town.
Yeah.
So I didn't grow up typical, I'll say, of us. How, like my cousins, my family, I was called the Oreo. You're a white girl on the inside.
Mhm.
So, the moments cussing at my parents and talking crazy,
Yeah.
getting slapped up. So that's kind of how I can remember. And trust me, when they say you get it back with your kids, I'm getting it all back. Okay, I'm getting it all back, especially with my teenager. Lord have mercy. Um, but yeah, I think and a lot of times it was like a cry for help. It's just my way of, you're seeking out the attention. It doesn't matter if it's good attention or bad attention. So that's the way I can easily identify how I, you know, reacted to some disappointment and hurt.
Understood. Understood. Make sure you grab your Love Fearlessly intimacy card deck at scarytoremarried.com. It's in the description below. Question. What advice would you give to someone who is currently struggling with the decision to leave a marriage, Derry?
Mm. I did a couple of things.
Okay.
And this is at the advice of my counselor. He had me first make lists of things that I would do and things I contributed to the household and to the marriage, and write down a list of the things that my ex-husband had done and would contribute. My list far outweighed his list. Sometimes when you see like the discrepancy between the tasks and the chores and the things that you do and things you're responsible for, you come to this realization that you are already a single married woman. And sometimes on the flip side, I know men who are they're like the women in their relationships. They're the
Mhm.
ones taking care of the kids, getting them to practices, doing most of the household, the cooking, the cleaning, managing money and the bills. So it's not always just the women going through this, but at least in my area and with my show, most of the people who I interact with in this setting are women who are struggling and trying to decide if they want to leave. Something else that I did at the advice of my therapist was to create like a pain journal. And when I created this pain journal, I was able to write down almost 200 painful memories and moments.
Wow.
Sometimes when you can actually like take account of all of these different instances and recall these memories, because you will try to suppress them, you try to forget about them. But sometimes when you force yourself to look at it, you just realize this is just not the situation for you. Surrounding yourself with positive people, friends, family, cousins, sisters, even my coworkers, even my boss. I'm super close. My boss is like my best friend.
Yeah.
And just being able to be open with these people, learning how to find my voice again and speak about what's happening. I think you just try so hard to protect what's going on. You don't want to share it. You don't want to give the details and you don't want people all in your business, right? But once I got to a space where I was like, I just don't care anymore. People have like I started feeling like I've got to put it on the record
Yeah.
that this is what's happening here. And then I started being able to speak about it more and more. And then again, got the courage to start my show where I'm speaking about it on social media.
Mhm.
Um, I think there's no one thing you can do, but there's a series of things that you can do and try that will help you get to that space. But everybody I say is going to hit that ceiling where it's like enough is just enough.
Mhm.
Like,
Mhm.
and everybody knows what point that is for them in their situation where it's like I literally can't take any more of this. I have to go.
Yeah.
And so, sometimes it's like you just got to get to that space. Some people are just so afraid of the unknown. They're so afraid of what's on the other side of it. They're so afraid to be a single mother because Lord knows I was. That was one of the biggest fears because I didn't see that growing up. I
Mm,
came from a family, my parents have 17 siblings together. So few of them have divorced. And I've got aunties who stayed through hell. Like, why are you still with him?
mm,
But they just refuse to leave. So I just started feeling like this is what we're supposed to do. I'm
mm,
supposed to stay and tough it out, and this is how it is. But no, that's not how it is. And I say we don't know how much time we have here. We might only be blessed with another 10 years. Do you want to really spend the last 10 years miserable as ever? Or just spend those 10 years, you have to get through the stigma. Okay, yeah, I'm an ex-wife. Yeah, I'm a single mom, divorcee, and guess what? I am so happy.
yeah.
I am so incredibly happy to sleep peacefully at night without dissecting lies,
Yeah.
playing detective,
Mm,
figuring out where's money going, who's this, why you working late. It's so peaceful. And I wish I had understood this a little bit sooner because, at least for me, I wasted my 20s and most of my 30s in
mm,
Yeah.
this.
mhm.
My good years. Good years.
You still got the good years. You still good.
You do. You
Yeah, this
do.
this this is just the beginning. This is a fresh start. I will say that when you talked about the list, right? Who was doing what in the house early in my marriage. And I don't know if I talked to you about this, Q, but my wife or at least for me, I was struggling early in our marriage because I was trying to understand the flow of the household. And my wife was telling me this term that she couldn't put a word to until somebody said it on the podcast. And my wife was like, that's what I was saying years ago. And it's called emotional labor. And so emotional labor is basically everything that goes on inside your head that you account for that can't be seen. The kids got dentist appointments. You got to get this done. That just the greatness of a wife, of a woman who can multitask and put things in different places. So I was struggling because I ain't know, I was like, oh, I got a dentist appointment today, and she like, yeah, it's at two
Yeah.
o'clock, and I'm just like, but she used to be so mad at me about that because she's like, I have too much stuff going on in my head and I need you to pick up on these
Yeah.
things. And I, Gary, I probably got this about, I probably locked in maybe about almost a year and a half now. We've been married almost 8 years, okay? But I'm just saying all that to say is that the emotional labor is real. When you think about, like you said, you're a single wife, when you think about all the things that you do opposed to what that your spouse is helping you or not doing, it can really cause a lot of friction and resentment because you just like I'm better off by myself. Like you say, you peaceful, you can sleep at night without all the drama.
Right.
Yeah. That's where again that equally yoke comes into play. And equally yoke isn't we both go to church. Equally yoke isn't we both like movies and we both enjoy, action movies. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not equally yoked. Equally yoked is again your ability to manage I want to say life, but the visual is two oxen with this contraption on their backs and they are plowing the land. And if one is weak, or one is immature, then one's going in a direction and the other one that's mature has the task already in hand in mind of where they're supposed to go. And now I got to bring you in, which becomes double work because instead of us being able to do the task, I got to keep reeling you in. Equally yoked is are we able to maintain the strength of this task together? And that task is the task of life and family and all the things. So equally yoked is important. One of the other things I wanted to elaborate, or should I say expound on that you said was when you talked about, like writing down, the pain points. Let me intercede on somebody's behalf. Therapy is, or a good support. We're not talking like you said, and I love you, sis, when you was like, I didn't go to a woman who turns to girlfriend who has who doesn't always have the ability to call me out because, or give me perspective. Because again, in all you're getting, get an understanding. Sometimes there is just simply a lack of understanding. I'm not a man. I am 100% 10 toes down on I am not a man. I'm not wired like a man. I don't think like a man. So there will be things that I only consider from my very feminine thought process where you have to help me help you. Okay. So that's a real, I love you for that. Right. But when you consider also with that, when you're considering, being a partner and you're considering what this relationship dynamic of being fruitful and multiply, people will hear me say, yeah, I will wear that out. Okay. So there's no breath in my lungs. So on all these shows, when y'all hear me say, I'm wearing it out because I believe deeply in that. But when we're being fruitful and multiply, right, from through this lens, and you go and have these conversations with a therapist or someone who can hold you accountable or understand what fruitfulness really looks like, is basically what that is. Um, you have to have them sometime. You want to know why? Because sometimes you're numb and your standards are low.
Yeah.
And so you don't have the ability to write down enough pain points to make you and let you know that it's okay to leave here.
Yeah.
So I remember working with this guy for a very short period of time during COVID. A friend of mine was like, I relocated to Minnesota back where I grew up for about a year. My
Okay.
son lived there, or whatever, at the time. But however, my friend was like, Aquila, would you mind sitting with my uncle? And I was like, do explain, amen. Because while I am a caring person, I have never been a caregiver in this capacity beyond children. So let's talk about this. What do I got to do? Okay. So she was like, well, you just really got to be there, fix food for him for a couple of hours. And when his nurses come, that kind of thing. But you don't have to do anything else, for the most part, right? Well,
Okay.
that eventually turned. However, I was there one day and she had told me that basically one of his legs was, he had lost the feeling in his leg. And he was laying up in the bed and, and I saw it start bleeding. And because it was out unexposed, meaning it was not under a blanket or anything. So it was just out. He has shorts on or whatever. And I saw it bleeding and it was swelling and then like pus was coming. Sorry, y'all, but I'm just saying it was all these things going on. And I was like, are you okay? He goes, yeah. And I said, do you feel that? And he goes, no, feel what? This man's leg was showing clear signs of infection, but it took somebody else's vision to be able to let him know he was not in a good position.
Right.
And
Mm.
that's what I learned about sometimes being able to have people intercede on your behalf because you may not be able to see this is hurting you.
Yeah.
You may not be able to recognize this is not good for you. There's an infection going on that can cost you your life to some degree. And life being abundant life experience, it doesn't always have to mean that you're going to die. But I had to call at my friend at that moment, and she was able to, come and then, of course, schedule the necessary doctor, nurse, or whoever to come in. But this man did not have the ability to see that there was something going on or feel. And that's why therapy is important as well. It's not just to tell you that, here's the things you need to work on, but sometimes it's to make you aware that there are some things that you have capacity for that you should not be taking.
I agree. Yeah, therapy helped me with a lot. Like, there's so many things, we definitely like to throw around the term narcissist and stuff, but understanding when you're dealing with a narcissistic personality, understanding what codependency is, understanding different forms of manipulation. Like, there's so many things that I had no idea. And it took for someone who, again, who's taken the time to go to school and study this and learn this and be able to relate in a way that I can understand. That's something I speak really like heavily seek therapy, just for you, get it for your kids. Like, my kids are working with therapists and counselors because there's so many things that if we had learned some of this stuff younger, we wouldn't tolerate some of this older. Sometimes it takes for us to go through the failed marriages and these relationships or going through certain pain and trauma or grief to really learn, like, okay, this is why I've got to work on self-love. This is why I need to work on having a healthier relationship with God and having a sense of, spirituality and having, the ability to set boundaries with people and family and parents and siblings and all of that. I think this, unfortunately for me, I had to go through this. And I tell people all the time to get where I am right now, I'd go through it again. because I'm so happy to be here in this space and
Mm.
to finally feel good about me, where I can look in the mirror and I can feel proud and I
Yeah,
can go put in the time and put in the work on myself and not feel like I don't deserve it. Like I'm not worthy. Like why bother? He's still gonna cheat. There's nothing I can do to
I
make
get that.
myself any prettier. There's nothing I can do to make him happy. Like why bother then? But no, it's not even about him. It's about me and
Yeah.
Yeah,
how I feel and how I treat and take care of myself. And again, setting that example for our kids. So I'm
Mm.
that's
I'm
good.
with you there.
I
That's
love
good.
that
That's good.
because it's easy and this is why, especially when you single, because I think my single folks don't get enough love because when you can rest at night and have your peace, like my old pastor, he was telling this quick story about how you gonna trade in peace for Tyrone. You gonna trade peace for Larry.
Yep.
More for Shaniqua, Bonquisha Alizé.
Yeah, right. It's like leave Keisha alone. I would
Okay.
rather have my peace than Keisha. You know?
It's a little bit scary too, because I'll be honest, like, you know, I have people all the time who are in my DMs or at the gym and they want to talk, and I'm almost scared. Like, do I want this person coming in and affecting my peace? Because it feels so good, and it's like I don't even want to open up that window, and then someone comes in, and we're just going through the whole get to know each other phase, and then I find something that one red flag will turn me off, and I'm like, nah, this ain't gonna work. I'm sorry, but lose my number. Thanks for the dinners. Bye. It's like we hear about all the red flags, and now you're just the slightest thing can turn you off.
Sure.
And so it's a little bit scary. I'm not
I
even gonna
understand.
pretend.
I
But
understand this.
singleness, I'm embracing it, and I'm just enjoying it, especially after so many years of the chaos and the drama.
Yeah, for sure. That's real. And as we get ready to end this episode, I want to ask you this last question. What excites you the most about this new chapter in your life and what's next for you?
What excites me now, and I can't express enough, just the freedom,
Hmm.
not having to take care of a grown person. There was just so many things that I had to do for him. So now being able to focus on the things I enjoy, the things I love. Like I said, I paint, I draw. I'm working on the children's book with my mom. There's so many things that I'm so excited to finally have the space to do. And to just continue learning how to love myself properly and more, and love my kids better, just being a better mom to them, being more present for them, just doing the things that matter, helping them with school, making sure I'm present at all their practices and games and all that fun stuff. Um, Connecting with my friends, being able to take those girls' trips without someone crying and cussing. It's just it's so many different things that again you almost like realize, gosh, like I don't ever want to take that for granted again. And so even going forward, I love too much that I'm positive I'll remarry at some point in life. If I get the time, I think God's gonna put somebody amazing in my life, because I've sowed great seeds in my life, and I feel like even since I left, I've been getting nothing but blessings. Like they've been flowing. And so I'm excited to see what other good things are coming. And I just want to continue spreading love and energy and positivity to people, and some encouragement too, because we definitely all need it out here.
Yeah,
That's true.
for sure.
Yeah, boy, I'm so glad you joined us today, and I love your energy. I
Thank you.
love your excitement and your passion. Your passion goes both ways. You were able to be just as passionate about you developing and growing and learning as you were about, whatever pain points that he caused, and as well as being just as passionate about moving forward and loving life and things like that. So congratulations on that home you're going to purchase soon.
That's right, girl. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations in advance of that. Congratulations on the success of your podcast.
Thank
Congratulations on the success of everything that you put your hands to. And even just having a better connection with your children. Congratulations for growing through these pain points of parenting, teenagers and things like that. Just congratulations, on just the wonderful things that are up ahead because you are choosing to have life
you.
after divorce.
That's right. And thank you guys for creating this space for people to come and share these stories and share your experiences and things you guys learned as well. I think it's important that we continue to do this and support these types of platforms. So I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Yes, for sure. And we'll be along this journey with you. You know, we'll be on IG cheering you on. You know what
I
I'm
sure
saying?
will be doing the same for y'all. That's right.
For sure. Let everyone know how they can get in touch with you before we leave.
I'm on Instagram at Dairy_Queen. It's DARIE. I think _Queen 86. And then my podcast on all the different platforms, YouTube, Spotify, Amazon, iHeart, at Hoe Busters Podcast.
What does femininity, give us your definition of femininity, and what do you think femininity is by today's standards?
So like you already said, I am a woman of faith. More specifically, I am a Christian woman. And what that means is I affirm the Bible from cover to maps, as completely true as it is written. And with that being said, I do believe that in the beginning, God created them male and female. Now, when he first created Adam, I was just one person, and he created us. The Bible said this is even before we get to Eve's exact creation. The scriptures say that God created, God created us in his image. And so that means that everything that was in Adam already was from God and was enough to create us, because we was created we was created from Adam. And so that lets me know that femininity is not this one thing, right? Because there are parts of it, and there's an essence to it that we share, right? Across, no matter, how you identify whatever your gender or whatever it is. There are parts of it that we share. But I do think that when it comes to my understanding of what femininity is, I really do think it is walking in the God-given gifts that when he separated and made the two, because he took the rib and he made that one, he gave her some unique gifts, some unique talents, a disposition and a role, which is very evident from scripture. And from the beginning, her ability to think for herself, to use wisdom, to practice influence, humility, all these beautiful things, and maybe a couple perversions of beautiful things. I won't call them ugly things, but perversions of the beautiful things that we are gifted with as unique individuals, walking in that and every iteration of it as God has given us uniquely as human beings, to hit for his glory. So to shorten it, being exactly what God called female humans to be in all its versions for his glory. I think that's what femininity is.
I love that. And when we talk about the Bible, because we believers, right? You and I. So to those in the comments or those that's watching, I know if you have a different faith, that's cool. I respect that. But we're just talking about it from a Christian perspective. I tell men that God and Adam had a relationship first before Eve came on the scene.
Facts.
So I think it's very, and I want to talk to you about this later on in the show, because I was watching some of your YouTube videos, and I'm not going to jump ahead. I'm going to say that because I want to talk to you about that. But I think it's important for a man and God to have their personal relationship.
Yeah.
In a way, and I'm throwing out my air quotes for those who is listening to the podcast, to have this relationship, God, man, then Eve. So when you spending this time with God as a man, there's some things that God want to download into you.
Can I pause real quick, because that TV real loud.
So it was one of those things where God and man have the relationship together, and then Eve comes on the scene. So I think that's a very important piece for a lot of men, to have that individual time with God before Eve, because I think sometimes, I think for most times, men put women on such a pedestal that once they find out that she's human and she have frailties and faults just like him, then he's like shocked. He's broken to pieces.
Yeah.
So I think that's important that we realize that we put God first, our relationship with
1,000%.
God. Mm-hmm. And then the relationship that we have with our wife or our significant other. So I really believe that there's a hierarchy when that comes to relationships. And I know I'm talking old school. Sabrina, I'm 46, right? So I'm kind of old school in my approach. But I do believe that there's a certain kind of hierarchy when it comes to God and man, and then God and his relationship with the woman and all the other good stuff. So anyway, I'm glad we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
Femininity. I want to talk to you about your blog on
Okay.
femininity. That
Mhm.
it was amazing. So if you haven't watched it, or I mean, if you haven't listened to it, if you didn't read it yet, I'm going to leave it in the comment section so people can actually read it, because when I read it,
Thank
I
you.
was blown away. Yes, this was great. So on the blog, you says, I am everything God says I am, but a man doesn't get to experience that apart from doing what he is called to do as a man. His failure to be who he is called to be limited how much of he can benefit from my womanhood.
Mm-hmm.
Powerful. Can you break that down for me, please?
So first things first, when I'm speaking specifically for me in that sentence. Okay. I am everything that God says I am. And I say that because growing up in the church, we get the standardized version of womanhood. You're supposed to be the Proverbs 31 woman, and this is who you're supposed to be, and this is what you're supposed to do, and this is how you carry yourself, and this is what. So, and it almost feels like a factory pushing out. And there's like this caveat a little bit in the Black church, because we're also like this powerful, whatever. But at the same time, there's a certain amount of like, we have to be docile a little bit less than other colors, but still, right? And we have to, it's all these requirements, right? And I don't think any of those things in and of themselves are wrong. I do think that God gave me strengths. God gave me things to work on. But he created me with personality. He created me with purpose. And everything that God says about me in his word, both as a woman, as a human being, as his child, as a co-heir with Christ, right? As a mother, as a wife or potential wife or whoever, all of those things about me are true. His promises to me are 100% true. He gave me the gift of power and of love and of a sound mind. I have a great faith because of the Holy Spirit that is inside of me. As a woman, I am fragile. I am fragile. And I was created as a woman. We were created for man. The Bible says that. And we were created specifically with men, male humans in mind. I have a gift that is motherhood and nurturing, and the way that shows up is very unique to me as Sabrina, but it is also unique to us as women. I believe everything God says about me. I believe that with my whole heart, and because I believe that, I know that I have the power to walk in that, and I do. No matter who's around, right? I'm gonna be my kids' mama, even when they're not trying not to be my kids. Okay. I am a daughter, even when my mama get on my nerves. I'm a sister, even when my brother I want to choke him. Like, I am so many of these things in the way that I show up in the world. However, if I'm as a teacher, because I am an educator, I teach middle school.
Yes.
I can be standing in front of my class giving the best lesson of my life. I planned it. I have incentives and I'm asking all the great questions and I have all this knowledge to give. But if me and my students aren't connecting, if they are not showing up in their role as the student, open and willing to receive what I have to give, well, then it doesn't matter. Because in the context of this relationship, my job in that moment might not be to teach them. it might be to connect with them emotionally so that whatever is blocking them from being able to receive from me, they'll be able to open up. And maybe they don't receive from me as a teacher that day, but they're able to receive the next teacher after them because I was able to connect with them in a certain way. So when I say that I am everything that God says that I am, but a man doesn't get to experience that apart from doing what he's called to do, baby, you got to show up in your manly self in order to experience the womanhood that I'm naturally displaying. And if you are not showing up in that manly self to experience the womanhood that I'm naturally displaying, then there is a part of my identity, a part of my humanity that may or may not show up to help redirect you, to help you better understand what may be blocking you from being able to experience my womanhood. And you may not be able to experience my womanhood in the way that I offer it, but maybe you'll be better off for the next person, the next woman specifically, to experience theirs. But at the end of the day, I don't say that. I don't believe that a man has to be a man in order for me to be feminine, or in order for me to get in touch with my womanhood or my soft. Maybe I show up this way. I show up this way. And if you can receive it, let it be received. Let it, and give me more of that manhood that I so desperately need in order to flower into the woman that God is trying to create in me through you. Continue to create, because he ain't done. And let us continue to build that thing together. But if you can't receive it, well, bless God for that too. But I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be me regardless. You don't activate it and you don't shut it off. You just can't access it.
See, now as I hear you speak, there's so many questions that I want to ask. Okay, so let me, as she sips her tea. Let me ask you this. Did you see, and if you didn't see it, that's okay, because I don't want to get off into it. And I guess I'll say his name, I guess. Did you see the clip from Devon Franklin where he talks about Eve coming from Adam and she came as whole and Adam was broken? Did you see that video piece?
I ain't see that. Sound like some BS to me.
Okay.
That don't sound biblical at all.
Yeah, I don't want to turn this into a whole conversation. But anyway, no shade to him. But
ain't no shade to him. God looked at his creation after Adam and Eve and said it was good. What else is there to say? He didn't say it was broken. He didn't say anything needed to be fixed or upgraded. He looked at both that man and that woman and everything else that he created. He said, very good.
Right. And this was pre-fall, right? This was before the fall.
Okay.
But I don't want to get too deep off into it, but it caused a lot of controversy, and the way he preached it made it seem like the woman was complete and Adam was broken. But anyway.
That hurts me for men, because that's some of the same terrible theology that has bruised men, especially Black men, and had them leaving the church in droves, and have women in these pews screaming, worshiping these Black male pastors and trying to then turn around and fix these quote unquote broken men. And it handicaps the men who buy into this, into thinking that who they are and who God created them to be is anything less than perfect, anything less than worthy, anything less than amazing. Like, no, baby, you don't need me to fix you. All you need is Jesus, maybe a little bit of therapy, but really Jesus. Like, no, like, you as a man are a part of God's glorious creation. From jump, you've been called, my boy. You're amazing. And I wish that messages like that weren't spread, because it really does. It don't help us. It don't help nobody.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Whenever you get a chance, check it out.
I'm definitely gonna
yeah, because I heard someone else speak about it, and I was like, oh, okay, I wasn't the only person that kind of picked up on that. So wow. So then when you talk about as a man getting to experience your full femininity, do you believe femininity can be turned off and on, or is femininity you in general, regardless of the man? If that makes
Femininity is me in general, regardless of the man. I don't think can be necessarily turned off and on,
sense.
especially because I'm feminine when I come out the womb. I
Mm,
have 4 children. I have 2 boys. I have 2 girls. The way they showed up in babyhood, I don't care what anybody says. Maybe it could be my lens looking at them as boy and girls. I have boy-girl twins. They share the womb. Um, and the way that they've showed up since they were babies have been different. And now that my children are young, they're kids, they're, 6, 7, and almost 10. I'm really seeing that striking difference, right? And it's not just about my boys wanting to play with trucks and my girls playing with dolls. Let me say, my boys play with dolls too. They sisters' dolls. Okay. Like it's not even about that for me. It is literally about who my children look up to. My daughters are looking to me and my mother and the other women in their lives, and they are literally emulating us. They are drawn to us. They see themselves in us. And the way that they walk, the way that they dress, the things that they like, the things that I mean, I remember my daughter was 5 and I did her hair one time. She was like, I look like a boy. I don't want to look like a boy. It was very clear in her mind what femininity on her is supposed to look like. And so before it has anything to do with the relationship, it has with another person, femininity and masculinity, I believe, has everything to do with your relationship with God and your relationship with self, because that is who defines femininity and masculinity, which I do think is a little bit different than manhood and womanhood, because I have to grow into becoming the woman that I'm supposed to be, right? But I'm feminine the whole way through. I'm a girl the whole time,
yeah.
right? And so the woman that I show up as 31, well, I'm not. That's not necessarily the girl I was at 16 or at 6, but the feminine parts of me have existed throughout. What has happened is I have learned amazing ways to use those feminine traits in my life and to maneuver them. And I've also experienced incredible amounts of trauma that have damaged aspects of my femininity, my view of myself, my view of my body, my view of my sexuality, my view of my looks, my view of my understanding and how I think of the world, how I practice emotional wellness and empathy. Tragedy and trauma affects femininity and masculinity, and then goes on to affect manhood and womanhood. And so I don't think it's something that can be turned on or off necessarily, but there are triggers that can help us, that can make us manage our femininity and masculinity differently depending on whatever situation that we're in. I saw a reel not too long ago, and I keep seeing it over and over again. It keeps showing up on my timeline, where a woman is like, there's one man who will tell you that I am, the queen of his life and I made his life so much easier and better. There's another man who will paint me as a villain. Believe both of them. And I think that that's so real, because I am the villain in probably a couple people's story, man and female. Um, and I am also the best thing that happened to somebody or to a couple people out there in the world. Believe both of them. Because
Mm.
the same femininity that somehow convinced Adam to bite into that fruit is the same femininity that honored God and God said was very good just a chapter before.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how you using it. How are you using it?
I agree, because we have all played the villain in someone else's story. And I'm glad that you said that, because I was married for 15 years before I went through a divorce. So I'm sure I've been the villain in my ex-wife life, right?
All
So
right. Okay.
yeah,
All right.
I know, right? And
I ain't
I
make
have
it to
accepted
15, but oh,
I know, right? And I've accepted that. But what I realized too is when we own up to our issues and how we can grow as a person from those issues, it helps us to heal faster.
mm-hmm.
So I realized why I went wrong in my marriage. And the Brave Arts community, they know my story. But at the same time, I'm glad you brought that up, because so many people, especially when dating, the worst thing you can do is just constantly blame your ex. She did this, he did, so when are you going to take accountability for your actions? Because a lot of times accountability, by today's standards, accountability is almost like a curse word, right?
And it sometimes it feels like that, but I also think that even amongst those who practice accountability, there's a range, right? Because there's sometimes this self-deprecating accountability that I'm trying to convince a lot of my associates out of, where it's like, just because you know what you did doesn't mean that you aren't who you are, right? Don't let that shape your entire identity.
Yes.
Yes, you cheated, and you might have even done it repeatedly. You have the power to not to not do it anymore. You have the power. Yes, you lied. Yes, you were deceitful. You can practice radical honesty. That was an action. Let's get to the deeper parts of why you chose those things. Because that, to me, that's where the real sin is. What are you believing about yourself? What are you believing about God and everything that He has for you, that you chose to deceive people you love? Right? That's painful and that's wrong. And you can stop doing that and move to a completely different sin that feels more harmless, because you haven't fixed what's on the inside. Um and so I think accountability, even I was on the phone with my friend earlier, and she got in my behind. She had to hold me accountable because I was holding myself accountable. She was holding me accountable because I was holding myself accountable. And she was like, Sabrina, you think just because you do X, Y, and Z, you deserve pain. You deserve suffering. You don't deserve support and help. Stop that. She got on me about that. And so it comes to a point where um we definitely have to learn better how to take accountability. But it's, for me, it's more about a grace perspective. If I constantly tell myself that I need the same grace that I need to give the same grace that I require, that's the accountability, right? Because it can't just be you. He did this, he did that. My ex-husband did this, and it can't just be that. But it also can't be, well, I did this in my marriage, and I did this wrong in my marriage, and I did that wrong in my marriage, and I deserve to be alone for the rest of my life, and I deserve to. Well, it can't be that either. That's not God's design. I don't think God designed that for us. It has to be, He made these choices, and that's how that affected me. I understand that I made these choices, and that's how it affected Him, and this is also how my terrible choices affected me, right? Because our sins don't just hurt other people; it hurt us too. It blocks us from the goodness of God. That momentary, whatever felt good, or even if it didn't feel good, maybe it was self-protection, which is why you lied, right? So it don't necessarily feel good to lie, but to tell the truth would have felt too vulnerable. It would have felt too risky, and then so you chose the lie instead. You blocked yourself from being fully loved in that
Mm-hmm.
moment, from being fully seen, because you wanted to lie and be deceitful instead and hide. You can't be fully loved in the dark. So it has to be the grace. I need to give you the same grace that I need, that I know I need. That is the accountability, is an acknowledgement that I need grace. Because I know I'm an F up. I know I'm gonna say something out of line. I know I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z. And I'm gonna be so real about that when I look at you, I see myself and I shut up and I let you talk and I let you feel. And when you go crazy and you stress and you lash out, I create peace because I know that's what I would need in your situation. So yeah, it's more than her personal accountability. It's communal accountability.
Yes, this is good. I want to talk to you about, because you talk about grace, and rarely do we discuss these things in relationships. Because I do believe two things you do need for a healthy relationship or marriage is grace and space, right? And we talked about vulnerability. Like when I'm struggling with something, or when I feel like I have to be vulnerable with my wife, I will ask her, I will say, "Are you available?" Or, can we talk for a second? So that way she has a different set of ears,
Mhm.
And I'm learning to say things deeper than just I'm mad or I'm pissed off. Like I'm vulnerable, or
Very good. Very
yeah,
good.
I feel alone. Like going deeper opposed to I'm just mad, because I think a lot of times with men, we only have,
You on that phone all the time. Or I want your attention, babe. I feel alone.
Mhm.
And I need you. I like you. I want to spend time with you. I want to see your face. That sounds much better to me as a woman. That you want me, not you want to control how I spend my time.
Yes, and it's funny you say that, because I'm thinking the other day, because I think pride destroys a lot of relationships too.
Destroy mine. Say that.
Okay, well, you want to talk about that?
No.
Okay. Let me lay the groundwork real quick then, since we're here, because I don't think we talk about this enough.
And I never talked about my relationship to, like, on the interwebs for real. It be out there in little patches, but I don't talk about it on the internet.
Okay, well,
But I can. I don't have no problem.
okay, cool. All right. So here's the thing. When I was talking to my wife the other day, we was like texting because I'm at work, and I told her, because I sometimes I still struggle with pride, right? Like I still struggle with it sometimes. But I texted her the other day and I said, I miss when we get to spend alone time together, and we just kind of like kicking it, or we just listening to some hip hop, whatever, like just that individual time where we're not discussing bills, kids, responsibilities. And it
Yeah.
took me to be vulnerable to say that to her, like, I miss spending that time with you because we're so busy. But I struggle with it because I was like, ugh, this is going to make me vulnerable. This is going to make me feel like I need her, kind of thing. So I struggle with that, but I did it. Okay, well, let's talk about it then. You want to give us just a little sneak peek, just a little bit behind the curtain. Just give us a little bit. You don't have to spill all the tea, but this is an exclusive, right? So you got to give us a
For
little.
sure. For
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
So I got married straight out of college. I got married at 22. It's November 22nd, 2014. So I was
Really?
fresh out of college. Had graduated in May. We had a baby already. Um, and I definitely liked that boy a whole lot. I ain't gonna hold you. I liked him a lot. I did. It was crazy because I didn't like nobody before him for real. Like I liked boys and I went out on dates, but I had not really had a boyfriend for real before him or anything like that. Definitely wasn't having sex or anything like that. And then he just came out of nowhere. And I don't know what list God read from one of my old journals, but he just seemed like everything that I wanted. Like he was just the list was listed. Okay, he was
It
in
was
law
listed.
school. He was black, specifically dark skin. I'm not colorist. I'm not racist. I just like what I like, man. And he, was a churchgoer, and not just a churchgoer, but there are theological convictions that, especially back then, I held on to very, very, very strongly. And even though he was new to a lot of those things, he didn't become a believer until his adult years, or until like, right around college or whatever. He was growing in that tradition and growing in that understanding, and really outpaced me in the length of our friendship and relationship. And while our relationship was full of tumult from the beginning, it was messy, and it was everything I would have never wanted for a relationship or for a boyfriend or girlfriend situation. He I was in love with him as a man. And that's important because I'm gonna come back around to that point.
Okay.
Everything about him. I loved his origin story. I loved his dreams and his goals. I love dreams and goals that he didn't even have for himself yet, that I saw in him. I that he now still kind of has a little bit, but whatever. Like I love that man. Sideburns. I loved his left dimple. I loved it all. Loved that man from the day I decided I loved him. And when we got married, again, like I said, the whole thing before that was messy and terrible, and it just wasn't an ideal situation. It's not something that I would recommend. If I could go back I would have told me to wait or not get married. Even though I loved him, I would have said, this is not how you do it. And so we were married. It continued to be messy. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of bickering, a lot of confusion. It was really, really painful. It was really painful for the both of us. And we fought over the things that a lot of couples fight over, mainly money, mainly on my part, mainly my choices with money. So I can very much attest to that. That was a huge issue that I brought into the relationship, because that's who I was like before. I wasn't great with money before, like the actual practical usage of it. I had a lot of knowledge up here about what was best, and that showed up in different points in our marriage. But my actual practices in certain areas were very damaging to me, and obviously in a marriage, there's one. So it was, very damaging to us. And I know that there are probably countless opportunities and situations that we missed out on because of my choices. And I still carry a lot of shame around that even. But the fact of the matter is, that was some of the issue that I brought. But I also know the personal inner issue that I brought that he might have felt, but was never able to actually verbalize in a way that I could understand, was how cold I felt or was toward him. I guess that he expected me to act like girls from his past, because he did have relationships before me. I wasn't the typical girly girl, texting you all day, calling you 10 times a day, and, oh, babe, I just want to be up under you all the time. And when you come home from work, I want to tell you all the gossip at work. No, when I'm at work, I'm at work. I'm trying to be great and I want you to be great at work. So let's leave each other alone. And then when we come together, in my head, at least, this has supposed to go. My man supposed to come home. We supposed to kiss. We already had a kid coming into the marriage. Right. So it's not like we had that period of time where it's just the honeymoon season and everything is good and we just get to curl up on the couch and watch Netflix. And no, baby, somebody cooking dinner. It's laundry getting done. There's life being lived here already, right? And the inner issues. This is what I truly believe. The inner issues, going back to what I was originally saying, the inner issues that I brought with me, that fear of rejection. That's the hugest one. His fear of abandonment and rejection. Those are the things that, even when you cooking dinner, washing the dishes, that's the thing that stops you from touching the man or the woman you love and just lightly caressing their face because you're scared they're going to jump back or act weird or act like they don't like you or act like, what are you doing? It's weird stuff in your brain. It's like, he married me. Why would he not want my affection? And there were times where I showed affection in a way that I knew how, that I didn't feel like was well received. So when that happened, and I know for a fact that the same thing happened to him, where he was trying to show me affection in a way that he knew how, and I did not give him the reaction he was looking for. And his man was like, well, won't be doing that again. Won't be putting myself out there like that again. And so we're constantly playing this game within ourselves of, let me tiptoe out there and try to love this person a little bit. Oh, they didn't respond how I want them to respond. I'm going to go back to my corner. And it was between the arguments, because the arguments were frequent, constant, and the tension in between, there wasn't much loving happening. I know on my part, the woman I've allowed myself to be in my friendships, the small amount of, I guess, dating-ish or whatever you want to call it I've done since the ending of my marriage. And who I am to myself. I know that I am capable of so much more affection and love and openness and tenderness. And I had to make a choice within myself that I was going to do that recklessly because I deserve to walk in that part of my femininity.
Mm-hmm.
I deserve to be soft to people that I love. I deserve to cook for them and kiss all over. I don't really want to get married for real, so that, let's throw that out there.
It's all good.
But if I did,
married folks stuff. Yeah, right. I hear
if
you.
that was the goal, speaking of scary to remarry, baby, I'm very scared. um, but if that was the goal, I deserve to plan elaborate trips for him. That was my love language. I used to buy my ex-husband a lot of gifts. I remember this one birthday, I did a census birthday gift. I gave him like a bag with sight and sound and taste. He had like these new colognes, and I got him this watch that he freaking fell in love with and lost in an airport in Atlanta. He was very sad about it because that was his favorite gift for me. Like, that was my one thing I did get right, but I still got that wrong because I was spending money we didn't have, and he didn't like that very much, which made me feel rejected because it's like, dang, I worked so hard for this. Why you tripping about the money? We gonna make the money. Just enjoy the moment. Money stories, life's purpose, so many different things that we really could have just had a conversation about instead of things getting really bad and us arguing and everything blowing up and us antagonizing each other's mindsets and experiences. It really could have just been let's have a conversation, come to some real agreements and compromises, make some real decisions. Sabrina, needed to practice radical honesty, radical vulnerability, and radical self-discipline, because even though submission was and is important to me, it could have never just been about submission to him. I had to convince myself that what he is saying and the vision he has for our family is right. And in order to accomplish that vision, we have to do it in a way that recognizes that his systems work too. And that's where I wish we could have come to understanding that both of our unique experiences and how they shape our minds, our personalities, our desires, our systems are equally valuable in this marriage and in this family. And our family, our legacy, our mission is worth staying up all night for, talking, figuring it out. I wish we could have come to that point, but that would have required a vulnerability on my part and maybe on his part too, but we're not focusing on them, focusing on me. It would have required a vulnerability on my part and a sitting down of my pride to say, you could say everything right and you could do everything right and he could still not like it. But guess what? God is still in control. God is still good. You are in no danger. You are still safe. Safety is it's the number one thing for me. If I don't feel emotionally safe in a situation, I don't care if it's my parents, with my mom or my friends, they wouldn't be my friend if I don't feel emotionally safe with them. But if I don't feel emotionally safe, then it makes it a lot harder for me to do that, which is why I come back to the point about me being in love with him, because I really did love him, but I didn't always like the way he made me feel. Most of the time, I did not like the way he made me feel, especially about my own self. And those two things I think are important. I can love you, and I don't like the way you make me feel. And there have been dudes who have made me feel like I am the world. But when I look at them, I don't feel any admiration. I feel a general respect for them as a man, but I don't look up to them. Like, I want to kind of look up to my partner. I want to feel like, dang, like, you got something going on over there, and I want to be a part of that. I don't be feeling like that about these dudes. I don't. I only ever felt like that about my ex-husband. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So let me ask you this, because there's so much to unpack. I guess I'm gonna have to bring you on the show, so I have to do it like a part two, because there's so much stuff I want to ask.
Yeah.
because I'm always asking questions. When you
What?
talk about admiration, what are the traits of a man that you would admire?
Hmm. Me personally.
Yes, yes, yeah. Your personal
Me
opinion. Yeah,
because this is an interesting question. It's a question I get asked a lot, and I try to skirt around it because men usually ask me this because they try to come off as that, and I'm like, no, baby, just be yourself because I'm not gonna like you anyway.
yeah.
Um, me personally, number one, I admire a man who knows God cognitively as well as emotionally. That's number one for me. Growing up in the church and the men who were in the church, I saw so many different types of men who were in the church and how they showed up. And because I went to a mega church that had its own youth ministry. And it was literally completely teenage ran. So we was just in there 16, 17, 18, running around, being grown, doing our thing, being out there talking about God. Like we was really in the early 2000s, we was hitting them streets. We was outside. We was repping for Jesus and having a good old time. And so when that's your upbringing and you see boys who could easily be mistaken for trap boys, but they passing out tracts and feeding the homeless, and they still gutter. They still you walking down the street with some little boy from school, and they this is real life. They see me walking down the street with some little boy from school. They picked me up, threw me in the car, and walked off with old boy, and old boy never talked to me again. Right. So
Yeah.
there's this like protection aspect and all this other stuff, and all of it was fueled by the church and Jesus and stuff. So that watching them worship on Sundays and cry out to God, that was so beautiful for me. But when I got older, because I've always been very intellectual, when I was, in my late teen years, and I started reading more theology and listening to more, just like it just going really, really deep into it. I mean, trying to learn Hebrew and Greek. That's how bad I wanted to read the original text. Okay, I wanted to read what Jesus originally said in the Koine Greek, or what they wrote. I want to read it how they wrote it. I don't want to read King James Version. I want to go before that. Like that's where my brain was. And I was reading everything from, I was just really going deep into my theological convictions. And a lot of the guys that I was around were very much still in that very emotional, like I memorized a couple Bible verses and I love, going to church and serving on Sunday, but I'm not really interested in theology or studying. When I met a dude who was, which was my ex-husband, I said, oh, so you like books about Jesus and theology and doxology and how all that affects how we live? Oh, you like that? Okay, I like that. I like that you like that. And you like it on your own. I came to your room and there was a stack of books already there. Like I seen it. So it is not to impress me. This is who you are, right? Even when I'm not around, this is what you like. I like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that intellectual and emotional. He had the intellectual more than the emotional at that point, which was perfectly fine by me because I was so used to the emotional. I didn't really care that much. But now at this point in my life, I very much need both, which also comes with a commitment to church and church activity and church life. Like even if we ain't going to church every single Sunday, 52 weeks a year, that needs to be a part of your life. You can't view it as an option. Like it has to be like something really important, sickness, or that's pulled you from church or whatever. It can't just be like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I hang with my friends and we all Christians, so I'm in church. What? Now, and I got close friends who operate in that vein. That's cool for you, but as for me and my house, we go to church on Sunday.
Mhm.
Like, and we tithe and we are a part of ministry, and we really walk this thing on out, right? So that's number one. Number two, I really, really admire work ethic. There is nothing sexier to me than a man with ambition.
Mhm.
Like, so a little bit about my ex, not to make it about him specifically.
Yeah.
He thought he was going to be a ball player, like most little black boys do. And he worked really, really hard at it because he wasn't very tall, and he don't necessarily have a naturally athletic build. I didn't know him back then, but I believe what they tell me, and they tell me he was good on the court.
Yeah.
So once he realized, but he wasn't. he wasn't all the way there. He had some behavioral issues. And so once he realized he wasn't going to the NBA, but it was already, the end of high school, he decided he wanted to be an attorney, but, he effed over high school academically. So he didn't have the grades and the test scores to do what he wanted to do, but he had a plan. He had a plan. He followed through on that plan, showed up, went to one of the top 10 law schools, which is how we met in the country. And he's now a very hardworking attorney with a lot of connections, making a lot of moves. He's doing his thing over there. And I admire that about him. He had a plan. He followed through on the plan. It wasn't a get rich quick scheme. He knew the firm he wanted to be at. And no matter how many twists and turns came about, which included meeting me and having a baby while he was in law school, he never let up. And by God's grace, because I recognize it was totally God's grace, right? Because like I said, it's not like he had an apprenticeship when he was growing up with lawyers and he had that around him. Like, no. But I'm not going to rob that man of his work ethic. He go to work. He put in work. He networks. He do what he has to do to get where he want to go, right? And there are other men in my life that are very much like that, who have these visions and these plans, both in ministry and in the marketplace. And when I look at that, I think it's even working with their hands, right? I got brothers who, they might do one thing for a living, but they have, rental properties with their wives, and they we gonna continue building this, and I'm gonna do everything myself. I don't know. It's just that hard work, that going after it. I just love seeing that, especially as it's coming to fruition because of the work that they put in. I'm like, that's so freaking dope. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
And then the final part of, outside of Jesus and hard work / ambition, is and this is never mind. The one thing that would make me admire a man a lot is how generous he is, how he cares for the people around him. And I believe that generosity is first a heart thing, right? Because I know men with money who are not afraid to give it out or loan it out, but they'll lord it over you and make you feel uncomfortable about borrowing money from them or getting money from them. That's not generous to me.
Yeah.
And then there are men who don't have no money. They have their bodies and they have their time. And when you call them, they come. Okay. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My little brother is one of those guys. He is very, very generous with his time and with his talents. And I really, really love that about my little brother. And I look up to him in a lot of ways because of that. So how you show up for people in need. I really, really, that just makes me it do something for me. I'm not gonna hold you. Praise the Lord.
Yeah, that's what's up. No, I totally agree with you, because I tell people this even when it comes to coaching, even if I'm saying stuff on social media. I always tell people, marry somebody who loves God more than they love you. Because through the relationship with God, you can realize how important, how his love is for you as an individual. You can start to share that love to others, right? So that was a trait that I loved about my wife. She has a heart for God. And I'm like, okay, that's what's up. A lot of times people can't really fathom that. They can't fathom, you're gonna put God over me. People want to be God in your life, and I'm like, nah, that's not cool. I want to be everything. You can't be my everything.
Everything.
Yeah, right. You broken just like me, right? So
can't nobody be everything to me, and I can't be everything to nobody.
Exactly, right. And that's a cross no person can carry, right? No human can carry, because I'm just like, no, but so I agree with you about a lot of those things. Another thing that I loved about my wife was she has a heart for homeless, people who can't do anything for her in return. Great trait. She loves helping the homeless. She loves helping babies. She hates seeing babies starving and stuff like that. So when I seen those traits, people, oh, well, how did you get married in 6 months after meeting somebody on Instagram? Well, seeing these traits and having this constant conversation, like I was like, I knew what I wanted and I went after it, you know?
Yeah.
So I totally agree with you about especially like the work ethic and the love for God. There are some questions that I want to ask. This is our bonus round because I want to respect your time.
I ain't got nothing to do. I ain't going nowhere, but keep going.
Because I have a bunch of questions, but I guess we're gonna have to do a part 2 to this.
Part 2 is fine.
Okay, that's what's up. I just wanted to confirm that. So Brave Hearts community, you heard it. So Sabrina says she's gonna come back. So make sure that she come back and make sure you hit her up and be like, hey, you said anyway. What? And there's no right or wrong answer to this. What is the biggest mistake you see women make in relationships?
Ooh. Comparison. Comparison.
Let's talk about that.
Ooh. And it's hard because it's so unconscious for most of us. It's so unconscious for most of us. But I don't even think we always realize that we're doing it, because right now the world is telling us that we deserve the world, and we do. Okay. Mm-hmm. And we do. Mm-hmm. But then it's not challenging us to realize that we don't need the world. And so here we are looking at this girl get her version of the world, and that girl get her version of the world, and that girl get her version of the world. And we're looking for all of that. I want it all. I want all of that. I want the man to give me the money. I want the man. And that's why we be having, especially out here in the streets, you got a man for this, you got a man for that, you got a man for that, you got a man for that. Because in our work, in our mind, in our framework, that's how we get the world. Until one man can come give us all of that. So one man can take us on the trips, until one man can, can give us our weekly stipend or whatever it is, until one man can make us laugh until we cry, until one man can work out with us, and until one man can do all those different things, and until one man can lay it down how we want it to be laid down, can do all of those things, then we won't settle. We have compared ourselves to all the different versions, even, the women before us, our mothers and our grandmothers and our aunties and all these women before us. We compared ourselves to all these different people and what they had. My grandma had a man who brought home that check every week, and he did it, and I ain't gonna settle for nothing less than that. And my daddy did this for my mama, and I'm not gonna. And I get it, especially if you've seen it up close. And your daddy is, that's wonderful, right? But you still have to realize that you are an individual woman. You ain't your mama. You ain't your mama. And the father you met might not have been the father or the man that she met. And so who he became in front of you was a result of the two becoming one. You're going to have to become one with a completely different man, baby girl. So you're going to have to actually find out who you are, so you can know what you need. So you can know what you need, you can know what you don't need, what you can't tolerate, and what you will tolerate. Because somebody going to have to tolerate something with you, sis.
Preach.
Baby girl, you can't cook. You can't. And it's a man out there who with his whole heart want a woman who going to cook for him every single night. And y'all might see each other and be deathly attracted to one another and have all these other, but if he's not budging on that, then you ain't for him. And if he's willing to deal with that, then you have to be humble enough to recognize that that's where you fall short for him. So you got to be willing to accept whatever it is that he's falling short for you in your bucket, or whatever. Comparison, they say it all the time. Comparison is the thief of joy. And I really think that comparison is one of those things where it steals so much. Mm-hmm. It steals so much. While I don't think that I compared myself, I know for a fact that I didn't compare myself consciously in my marriage to other women or anything like that. or compare my relationship to other relationships, because I for what, right? I do think that if I like really dig down deep, even comparing my actual relationship to the relationship I made up in my mind that I think I need, how is that helping anybody? How is that helping anybody?
Mhm.
Versus comparing my relationship as it is to what God wants it to be. That's the only comparison that should really exist. Who am I? Who do God want me to be? What does my relationship with my partner look like? And what does God want it to look like? That's the only comparison. Everything else is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You don't need what sister girl over there got. You don't need it. You don't need it. Baby girl, you don't even like PDA. So you don't need a man who's just all up under you all the time. You don't like it. Do you realize that? You don't even like that. Sit down. Stop being jealous.
Yeah, well, and especially even with social media, right? I mean, I think it makes it even that much harder for people to not compare because every time.
Because we're inundated.
Yep.
We're inundated with this is what your expectation should be. I even have to be careful with that. I've started being more intentional about some of the messaging that I'm putting out, especially in my captions. I just posted, a video, or not a video or whatever, and my caption, my most recent caption was talking about how a man should plan things. There are some girls who are just okay with chill time. So my message is for the girls who are not okay with chill time. My message is for the girls who don't want to just let things flow and happen as they may. My message is for the girls who want a certain type of intentionality, a certain type of, even thinking back to my ex who was an attorney. He is very much regimented, very much a man of routine. If he asked me to come chill today, I know he wouldn't just mean chill. He would already have an idea, a plan in his head of what we're going to do that evening. And there will be, a flow to it all. But I ain't never, in the whole time I ever been with him, we ain't never just Netflixed and chill.
So let me ask you this real quick before we go any further, because you done started something. So when a lot of men say, because I seen your video and you talked about that, and I thought it was so good. You was like, I don't have time to waste.
I don't.
Yeah.
Clearly.
But why is it that a lot of women, and I'm throwing on air quotes, kind of like fall for the trap? Because at the end of the day, it's really not Netflix and chill. But it's like,
because we want attention. Because we want attention. We want attention.
mm-hmm.
I've been there. I'm guilty of it. I've showed up to chill before.
Mm-hmm.
I showed up to chill for dudes that I admired in one way or another, and got there, and we talked for a few minutes, and he tried to Disney Channel his way into my ocean, like I said. like I've been there. I've done that, right? We want to be seen. We want to be known. We want that good conversation. We want that person to look at us and to think we're beautiful and to laugh with us, to whatever it is, right? And cognitively, we know that chill, even if it's not expressed, even if it's not like come over in X, Y, and Z, it's always on the table.
Always.
It's always. I don't care what he says, sis. I don't care what he say. It's on the table.
I think we need to make this segment into a reel. This needs to be like an Instagram reel, because this, if you could just say that again for the people in the back, because I think sometimes,
I said what I said. I don't care what that man said you was coming over to do. If he asked you to come over to chill, sex is always on the table. It's always. Now you have the right to say no. And how he responds to that lets you know what type of man he is. Okay? So we got to be careful. Got to be careful. But if you give him the inkling that it's possible, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. It's on the table. It's up for discussion. It's available. He wants it. And if you do too, be honest about that. Don't play no games with the man. But if you don't, your best bet is to not chill. Do not go chill. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Stay at home. But if you are open to that, then go about your business. Okay. I ain't gonna judge you. I ain't gonna judge you at all. That's your business, girl. But if you're not doing that, you're gonna have to text back like, I'm sorry, I don't chill. I don't chill. If you would like to meet at a coffee shop and talk, great. If you would like to take a walk outside, wonderful. I'm not chilling with you.
Yeah.
I'm not chilling with you.
And that's okay. And you can find out what kind of man he is, like you said, just by you setting boundaries. Because I do believe people who break boundaries, like, it's not going to leave. That's who they
He's
are.
not safe.
Respect their boundaries. Yeah, you're not safe, right? And then you get into this relationship. Because I'm going to bring someone on the show who's going to talk about entertaining red flags.
Ooh.
Like, how long are you going to just entertain it? And then when you find out it's not what you thought it was, then you get on social media and you blast him or her, or you blast men or women in general.
But I'm gonna tell you what they're not gonna say. That entertaining red flags is a red flag. Because, baby girl, you knew better. You knew better. You chose to hurt yourself in that way. Because you knew. You seen this over and over again. He keep playing in your face. And you keep letting him. For what? For what? Unless you want to be played with. If you here to play, then baby, let's play. Let's play all the games. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you if he playing games, you could go ahead and play games right back. Go ahead and entertain them red flags, entertain them over here, over there, and then on the float on the chair. Because can't be no honesty and trust and building in a space like that. It can't happen. And you are not helping yourself by doing that. You literally looking at this situation and you're lying to yourself. That's not healthy. That's not good. You're either lying to yourself or you lying to everybody else trying to make it seem like something is happening that ain't happening, but you really on BS undercover. Like, if you on BS back, baby, I don't blame you. Go ahead and play the game. Have it fun. Okay? But entertaining red flags. That's gonna be a good show.
Oh yeah,
have to watch that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like you said, to be honest about your intentions, if you're okay with that, be okay with it. Don't play with it. I wanted to ask you about. Oh, there's so many questions. From seeing your parents' relationship, what did it teach you about marriage?
Oh, child. First of all, my parents wasn't married.
Mine wasn't either, but anyway.
My mom and dad grew up together around the corner from each other. Let me first say that my mother got hit by a car when she was 2 years old, and so she is both physically and mentally handicapped, and so that comes with its own set of emotional traumas and damages that contributed into me being here, and me understanding that and knowing that from a very young age. As a result of parentification and so many other, things that I wouldn't want for my children, means that I have approached looking at my mom's relationships, all of her relationships, through a different lens. So with that said, her being with my dad, it was more of a, childhood friends, fake dating, faking a relationship, whatever, getting down. My mama just really, really want a baby really bad because she want to feel loved. She want to feel, affirmed. She want to feel like she has somebody to call her own. I'm a product of that. I am her fifth pregnancy, the first one that actually made it. So I am a miracle in that sense, but I came here with a mission and a responsibility placed on me that, in all fairness, should not be placed on children. So then immediately after my mom is pregnant, my dad is gone. I have a little brother who's like maybe a year younger than me. He goes and marries his mother. And they live their life. And my dad is in the house with my half brother on his side, being a family. And I'm at home with my little brother from my mother's second relationship, which she did get legally married. And this is the one that I learned from probably more. because my mom and my stepfather got married when I was 2, maybe 3. No, I was 2. I was 2 because I didn't turn 3 until after my brother was born. And they met because me and my stepdad share the same birthday. So when I came to the hospital, he looked at my birthday. He realized we had the same birthday. They started talking. They did what grown folks do. My little brother, whatever, they get married. Immediately after they get married, my stepdad, who is an army man and very much like me, a natural loner, prioritizes freedom and autonomy. Both he and I have that very much in common. He is gone in the wind. He out of there. And they still remain married to this day. And I don't remember him living with us for longer than 6 or 8 months at any time. And never, it's probably collectively over the span of my life, he's lived with us 2 years. When you add all the time together. And so there was a period in my life, like the first half of my life, after my mama got saved for real, because at first she was in the streets when I was a little girl. She was in them streets, okay? Even being married, I remember being 6 and I got in trouble for some stuff I had seen. But after that, after she had got saved for real, she was really trying to be faithful to this man. She was in married couples ministry all by herself at church. Wasn't no man to be found. You wouldn't even know she was married because you ain't never seen this man she keeps saying she married to. But she was really trying to be a faithful wife up until I probably got to high school. And then she realized, I guess, that's never going to be that. And God is going to send me a husband and or another husband. But I think they came to the agreement that until they find somebody else worth marrying, there's no point in getting a divorce, which in my mind makes sense because divorces cost money. And this woman got my kid. And not only does she have my kid, but she has another kid that I care about. So at least if I die, she gets my VA benefits or whatever. And my kids are taken care of and I don't have to worry about that. Right. So cognitively, I get why they stayed together.
Sure.
And like I said, they're still together to this day. My stepdad was just here a few weeks ago, spent a couple weeks here visiting my kids and, visiting us. And we had a great time. It was wonderful. But now he's back in California living his best single life and doing what he want to do. And they do weird stuff like kiss and say how much they love each other. And it's just what is this? Are y'all married? Are y'all not married? What's going on here? Yeah. I'm so confused. And because, like I said, me and my stepdad share a very similar temperament, I understand what it feels like to feel like you're caged in, especially by people's expectations and needs, and to want to fly away from that, which he's able to do. I cognitively couldn't do it if I tried. Yeah. But the number one thing that relationship taught me that I had to unlearn and that I'm still unlearning is you can be in a relationship and it doesn't require love. You can tough it out for the kids. You can make it work, right? Honestly, if that wasn't such a part of the fabric of my understanding of how I can move in the world, I probably wouldn't have got married when I did, if at all, to my ex-husband. Because as much as I loved him, and I did, I was afraid that the only reason we were getting married was because we had a kid. And I was willing to do that because in my mind, you add my upbringing of them staying married for the sake of the children, plus the Christian ethic. Why wouldn't I marry this man? And then to stay through everything that we went through, as long as I did, up until the point where I ended up in a mental institution. I should have left long before the mental institution. And I had to unlearn staying for the kid. I also had to unlearn the idea that my partner doesn't have to care about me for real, doesn't have to love me for real. It's There's so much I had to unlearn. But the number I learned so many damaging things, that I could survive a marriage that was a sham, that I could maintain a devotion to the idea of marriage, but not actually do the work to practice it. Uh, yeah, it's a lot,
Yeah,
and I'm still trying to unweave that web in my heart and mind.
for sure. No, I appreciate the transparency, because there's going to be somebody who's listening or watching who can fully identify, and through your testimony, you'll be able to help somebody else, because you just never know.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the transparency. I have one last question, because we're kicking it now.
Okay.
There's no right or wrong answer. Is it easier to love yourself or someone else?
That's a hard question.
And there's no wrong answer. You'll be surprised and listen to some of the other shows what people say. But
for me personally, it's easier to love myself. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, let's
I'm
talk.
not gonna lie.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever struggled with self-esteem issues.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Like, I've definitely had not a high enough view of self, but I've never had a low view of self. Like, um, I I might not, I might be honest enough to admit I'm not the most beautiful person in the room, but baby, I know I ain't ugly. I know I ain't stupid. Like, I actually think I'm really, really freaking dope. I think I'm amazing.
As you should.
And I'm in love with myself. I love spending time with myself. Me and me have a good time, right? As to, because of my personality and just how I'm set up, it is very hard work for me to even socialize. It takes a lot with people I love, my own kids. It takes a lot for me to connect with people, to practice that empathy that I actually naturally have. Like, I really deeply, I can see you crying, and I'm just gonna start crying just because that's just how my brain just be set up. I just be like, why am I crying? You don't even know what's going on, Spring. It doesn't matter, right? I'm very much feel a lot, and I am very charismatic, so it makes it easy for me to connect with people in practice. But like, I need 5 to 7 business days between hanging out with my best friends, because as much as I love the laughter and love the all the kicking and the having a good time, I really like me and my thoughts a lot better. Like, I like being alone with myself so much better than being with other people. I enjoy my own self more than I enjoy anybody else. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I truly mean that. With my real, then that's why I be like, I don't want to get married again. I don't really want to be in a relationship. Like, I did that already. I did that. I did the relationship. I got the kids. We bought the house. We did all the things that the people we want to do. I want to spend time with me. I want to do what I want to do on my time. I want to do it on nobody else's time. I want to do it like when I want to do it.
Yeah.
Me and me, we good.
Mm.
The caveat, though, is, how do I treat myself? I'm far better at serving other people than I am at serving myself. I am far better at being loyal to other people and practicing self-betrayal. I will, for all this stuff I could preach about, don't go over there if you don't want to, I will put myself in that very position knowing that I don't want it. Knowing that I don't want it with somebody who is objectively unsafe, and find myself in a situation that I don't want to be in. And be hurt because I shouldn't have put myself in that position in the first place. Not to excuse what they do, but at this big grown age, I have a choice. And if I can tell that person is unsafe, I shouldn't put myself in that situation. Mm. So the practice of loving myself is hard, but the thought and the emotion of loving myself is very much easier.
Mm. Okay, I know I said I had one last question. I know
You can ask 10 more last questions. I'm loving it here. We're having a great time.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad we made this happen because yeah.
Yeah.
You seem very in tune with yourself, right?
Mhm.
Where does that come from? Because I think that's something that might be missing from a lot of people today, that they aren't in tune with themselves. So where does that come from for Sabrina? And when did that switch turn on for you?
I do think it's a partially a gift from God, because I've always been like this ever since I was a little girl.
Okay.
And I think the number one thing that has aided in that, especially when I was younger, is the practice of journaling. I have journaled since I knew how to write, and I have written down every feeling, every emotion, all of it, all of it, everything in journals since, like I said, since I was a little girl. And I will go back and read those things, especially years and years later, to remember. Right, as a victim of childhood sexual trauma, my brain can sometimes erase memories or give me memories that aren't memories at all. They're imaginations. And so journaling was a very important tool for me to remember how I feel about certain situations, remember the experiences themselves. Um, and in that quiet time that I fight so hard for, I sit with my thoughts, even the ugliest, scariest thoughts. I sit with them and I battle with them. And I ask myself hard questions and I answer myself. Me and me be having real talks, like for real, for real. Um, I don't necessarily fight. I used to fight certain thoughts when I was like younger in the Christian tradition. You shouldn't think like that. And it's like, I don't want to think like this. And these intrusive thoughts keep coming. Let's figure out where they're coming from. Why are they here? What are they trying to get me to believe or do? Are they true? A lot of prayer, a lot of meditation, uh, and really, but I do say it's a gift from God, because my natural temperament is such that I like to be alone. I like quiet. I like I like my bubble, and I just like to be off in that world. I could be there for hours and hours and hours. And so I do, and everybody isn't like that, right? Some people are legitimately extrovert. I have a son who is legitimately extroverted, and it is very hard for me to teach him how to practice that self-awareness, because his understanding of the world, his energy, all of it comes from other people, connection. Uh, and for me, it's not that's never been the case for me. I only know that I need relationship because that's what I was created for, and I
Mm,
do authentically enjoy relationship.
mm,
But my energy comes from on the inside. That's just how I was made.
mm.
Uh, so I really don't have no real key, but journaling is great. It helps.
Yeah, no, for sure. I totally agree because I'm able to get back into journaling myself, and it helps. Um, and especially when you go back and you look at some of the things that you talked about, and then just being in tune with your feelings,
Hmm.
and not evading your feelings, like being able to sit
Hmm.
there. So I'm glad that you said that, because a lot of times people like to get away from what they truly feel because they feel convicted, or I shouldn't feel like this, or I shouldn't feel like that. But like God made your feelings, right? Like we feel. So I think it's important to, especially when it comes to decision making. I will tell people though, it's important to be regulated before you make decisions, emotional
Hmm.
decisions, because there are some things you like, yeah, I wasn't thinking when I made that decision, so it is important
Hmm.
to be emotionally regulated. So I will say that. Uh, okay, I'm gonna stop saying last question because I'm gonna keep asking you questions.
That's good. I love it. Come on, radical honesty.
I know, right? I know. Let's talk about it. So the Instagram following,
Okay.
now that I get a chance to actually speak with you, because I see what you post on Threads, I see what you post on Twitter, and Instagram. Now that I get to kind of see behind a curtain, how did you grow your audience? Because talking to you, I wouldn't see that you would have 100,000 followers considering your content and how honest and upfront you are. Like, you are the total antithesis of having 100,000 followers and subscribers with your content. So what's the secret sauce?
Honestly, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be as honest as I can.
Well, this is
I
what we
don't.
do.
It's because I have a nice shape. It is 97% of my followers are men. 97.
Okay.
And most of them have come during as a product of content that I have created where my shape was somehow like super evident, right? So like there's a video that I made 2 years ago about being a teacher and grades or something like that. Please don't talk to me or something like that. And there's a side profile. I don't had this body my whole life. I've never ever, I don't even think about it when I'm creating content. I really don't consider it. And I never have, right? My followers went from like 700 to like 8,000 in a month. Then there was the video where this was just last November, I think, where I'm in the classroom and I'm picking up papers, and then I sit down and I'm like, I want to go on vacation, but I don't have time. Something like that. Went from 8,000 to like 20,000 in 3 days. Cause there's a shot of my behind. That's the first thing you see in the video. Now, again, when I film this, I don't see behind. I see me picking up papers in my classroom.
For sure.
But when everybody else see it, they see it behind.
Yeah.
Right? And then that continues to grow and grow and grow. And then even with this, I was sitting at 80,000 for a couple weeks. And then this most recent reel where I'm wearing the brown and I'm standing in the Nike factory brought me from 80,000 to 107,000. That specific reel.
Yeah.
And like I said, 97,000 men. 97,000.
Yeah.
Right? So even if I'm and my subscribers, which are different than my followers, because I do have like Instagram subscriptions, they pay $4.99 a month. They get exclusive content. We have exclusive lives where I talk specifically to them. I allow them to jump in the lives. We have conversations. It gets really, really real. I've talked to the men about getting massages and the value of touch in men's lives, because most men, especially Black men, do not get touched positively often from the time that they're born. And I think that is so, it contributes to just so much of the terrible things that they experience in their lives and that we experience in turn as women, both sexually and non-sexually, when it comes to touch, emotion, how we operate, all that. And so like we have all these types of conversations, and we are honest, we are real. And one of them was real enough to admit, like, yeah, no, I followed you because you got a big booty. I did. And it's not like you out here twerking or shaking it or doing anything like that, which is a whole different, like, ooh, for a certain type of man.
Yep.
Like, dang, she's not out here intentionally. There are some weirdos who think I am intentionally putting it on the internet. And then there are other weirdos who say it just because they want me to respond, which I would never do, because I don't respond to negativity, not in my home, not in my classroom, and I for darn sure won't do it on the internet for free. So
Not for free.
But all of them click because of the booty. That's what they click for. What they stay for, in many cases, is another chance to see it. They don't want to miss it when it come back around, because it's not like it's just all you see when you scroll down the page, right? Which is a part of the allure. Like, she got a booty, she'll be different, right? Which is who I am.
Right.
I am thick, and I don't talk about it, and I don't care about it. And so what? So what? So what? like that's who I am in real life.
Yeah.
But also, when I'm out with my girls, I am gonna twerk, and I'm gonna, we gonna have a good time. I'm a dance,
right?
And whatever, you know what I'm saying? church boy. You see what you see. Don't act like you don't see it. You see it.
So,
Okay.
so what you're saying is I don't have a chance to get 100,000 subscribers. That's what you're telling me.
I'm not saying
I'm messing.
that.
I'm messing.
But no, it is important. It's interesting because my core audience that I've always wanted to engage with was women. I didn't want these men following me. I'm not gonna say I appreciate them. I appreciate them. I appreciate the numbers and what that allows me to do and how that allows me to move in the world. But I always wanted to connect with women more than anything. Like, I love women. I am a woman. I want women. I want women.
Sure.
And I'm trying to in this season be more intentional about specifically what I post. I can't control the booty part.
Of course.
Yeah, I can't control that. Women like looking at booty too. And I'm women. I like seeing pretty girls with nice bodies. Okay, I do too.
Sure.
But what are women? What do women stay for? As a woman, I'm trying to be more intentional about that. And so I think growing in consistency, yes, using what you have for sure. But paying attention to the market. I think you offer here, especially with something like Scary to Remarry, or that's what it's called, right?
Yes.
Scary. Yeah, right.
So give me some marketing tips, because I'm going to be selfish. This is my segment. So what can I do, since help me out? I'm being selfish.
I think you're already doing some really, really, really dope and amazing things. I don't know how often you go live or anything like that, but even having conversations like this live, right? My lives are very, very popular and amongst men, unfortunately, but they give me a lot of interaction. A lot of men subscribe from the live. Which is, no small thing to get somebody to spend $4.99 on you. Like, it ain't OnlyFans, but whatever. Like, and they keep subscribing to me because they want to keep going live with me personally. I think that you offer something that I don't see on it. I ain't never seen nothing like this on the internet before, especially understanding that second and third marriages have higher divorce rates than first marriages.
Yes. 57% second time.
Okay, it'd be like, okay, people be out of there that second time. I don't even see how they do it a third time. But more than that, with such a high number of divorces, a lot of us are scarred. Baby, when I was fresh about that thing, I was cussing everybody out who told me God got another marriage. I would say, don't you lie on my Lord. I might denounce Jesus if he tried to get me married again. Like, that was my mindset, because I was terrified at the idea of going back into what I had just come from. If that's what marriage is, God, you should kill me before you put me in that. Because I don't want that. That was terrible. That almost killed me. Like, I don't want it. So this is real ministry work. This is real, and especially if you're a believer, so much shame. There's so much shame. There's so much guilt, and even more fear. Right? Don't add kids to the mix, right? Because now it's like, I'm not looking for my kids a stepdaddy. I don't want to be in a relationship at all. But if I was, I'm looking for a partner. My kids got a daddy. However, because of the type of daddy they got and the type of life that he and I built for them, I'm not taking anything less than what I could build with the next person. Forget me downgrading. My kids not finna downgrade in a stepdaddy. Baby, you got me rich.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about like a financial provision, because there are things that another person might be able to do in the physical that that their father may not be able to provide. I have brothers that fish and teach my children how to fish. I have brothers who own businesses and allow my children to partner with them and watch them and work with them in their businesses and teach my children entrepreneurship, right? So they get to show up for my sons and my daughters in ways that their father, not necessarily, I won't say can't,
Yeah.
but he don't know how yet, or he don't have the capacity or whatever. Like, and that's not to down him or put any shade towards him. They daddy do for them. They daddy do, they with they daddy right now.
Yeah.
Like, they daddy got them.
Mhm.
But that the community of men that I have in my life really give them. And so in a partner, you think I'm,
Yeah.
no, I'm not finna be with the drug dealer. I'm just not.
Yeah.
I'm just not.
For sure.
It's not, I don't care if you have a legal dispensary. That's cool. That's just not the culture of the family that I've built
Yes.
with my baby daddy and my kids.
Yes.
That's not a part of the culture that I want in my home and in my family. That's wonderful. I support you as a friend. That's not what I want for my kids.
Yeah.
Legal or not. It's not
And
the one.
And I respect that. That's a beautiful thing, because what you're saying with having that community, a lot of women don't have that, so
That's the unfortunate part.
yeah, and
That's
that's
the
the unfortunate part. And I always tell people, and especially like if I'm posting something on Twitter about my wife, I'm like, I'm recovering, right? Like, every woman should have that, whether if that's a father or uncle or brother, somebody, community,
I
so
got that big time.
that's beautiful. So that's something that, again, needs to be addressed, and maybe that's another topic within itself. Like, how do you get that community? Because even going through a divorce, I know, because I have a 20-year-old daughter,
Okay,
from that marriage, and she's in another state. She came to stay with us for a couple of years before she graduated high school, but she got a chance to see daddy do it all over again. And the whole thing behind Scared to Remarry is the Brave Hearts community know, but me going through a divorce, I got a chance to look at myself and was like, do I even really want to do this again? I remember just being in the shower, like crying, like, God, what world is going on? Because I was married for 15 years and I'm going through this process in separation and divorce. And I was like, I don't know if I even really want to get out here again. Yeah, right. I'm just thinking I'm just going to do my podcast and my YouTube videos, and I'm going to raise my daughter, and I'm going to do this entrepreneurship thing. And then I seen my wife on Instagram.
ain't God good? Look at he just do that like that. Hey,
I slid, Sabrina,
yeah.
I slid in the DM, and she just, and I'm 12 years older than her, right? Like, yeah, I'm just that much older, but just to see our dynamic and the way we connected, I'm just like, she's too great of a woman. I don't want to lose her. Let me get to know her in a deeper way, because when you find a good person, just you find somebody good, like, especially in today's culture. But anyway, I'm rambling.
I'm glad she thought she was good too. That's wonderful. That is
Yeah,
just wonderful.
yeah. She called me a pawpaw when we first got together, because she was like, "You dress like an old man. We gotta."
We love that though. We love that. A little banter. She's a baby. You're an old man. It's okay. God worked it. He worked it.
I had to accept that. I was like, oh, I guess I'm getting old. But anyway.
And I'm sorry, these 34, 35-year-olds out here, they're stupid. So I'm sorry. They're not that bright.
Oh my
So
God.
it almost feels like at this age we gotta be up in the 40s with y'all. Like, why y'all don't think ooh, why y'all don't have no hobbies, no interests, no values, no, we too old for this.
Yeah. Oh my God. I have to bring you back on, because there's a part two. I'm feeling this brewing in my spirit.
Look,
yeah, we're
come
gonna
on,
have to do this
spirit move.
because I want to talk about, because with the marriage, and again, this is Scary to Remarry. I would love to talk to you again about just more of whatever you're willing to discuss. Again, it's all about ministry and helping other people, and not to put the X out there or anything of that nature, but just like even your healing process, just going through those different things and be able to help people, because I'm always an advocate for love. And even if you had your heart broke, that you can love again. And remarriage isn't for everybody, but I would love to talk to you about that process. So I'm going to hold you to that. So,
Okay. I look forward to it.
For sure. I want to acknowledge you, first of all, for sharing your story, for sharing the things that you've been through, even just on a smaller scale where you just didn't talk about too much, but I could just really see the passion and the honesty behind it. So I want to acknowledge you for those things. And like just pursuing your dreams and your poetry off the chain,
Thank you.
parenting, mom of four, and just being able to walk in your confidence and being secure in who you are, especially in the social media world. So I want to acknowledge you for those things. Let everyone know how they can get in touch with you, Sabrina.
Well, you can find me at she.unapologetic. That's SHE period UNAPOLOGETIC on Instagram, on TikTok. I'm Sabrina Lachey on Twitter because somebody stole She Unapologetic and they've had that account and they've not done anything with it for this is now almost 7 years that I've had this brand name. And I don't know what to do about that. I don't know how to get Twitter to give it to me, but whatever the case may be. Sabrina Lachey on Twitter, She Unapologetic on Instagram and TikTok. And I do have a YouTube channel that She Do Everything, which is under the She Unapologetic brand because I really do everything. I work with my hands, I do poems, I teach, I do nails, I do hair. Child, I do everything. I be building stuff. Like I really do everything. And then I also have a blog. Soon it will be again, sheunapologetic.com. But you can just go to Instagram, click the link in my bio, and yeah, that's how you can find me.
This was a part of my book, but not the entire story. Just making sure that I really deal with that particular experience as opposed to sweeping it under the rug and acting like it didn't matter. And so really getting people to understand that this was a huge part of your life. Divorce is a life-altering event. It can truly change your entire life. But I also recognize is that people can change because life can change people. It's so much to this, Sean. You can be with somebody in 15, 20 years later and be like, who is this person? Life can change you, y'all. This is why I don't never judge people's situations because life really can change you. When you're young, you see the world in a different kind of lens than you do when you get older. And it can change you. People lose jobs, lose parents, lose kids, lose love. I mean, a lot can happen. You can lose everything you work for and it can change you. You can turn to alcohol. You can become abusive. Those things can happen. Not because that's what you planned for. It's just that's what life can really do to you if you're not careful.
Today's guest is a marriage and relationship exit strategist. Her mission is to help women become the author of their lives by divorcing their story of the past so that they're able to fully live in the present by designing a new chapter that they can look forward to living every day. She also has a podcast and a YouTube channel entitled Divorce Your Story. I love that title. That's so good. I've been through a divorce myself. And we're going to talk about that. Bravehearts community, let's show some love to Tanya Carter. How are you doing this evening, Tanya?
Hi, Sean. How are you? I'm good. I'm real good.
I'm good. Yeah, this topic that we're addressing, this whole thing about the emotional roller coaster after divorce. I mean, I was married 15 years, been through a divorce. I remember the first night when I was in my apartment, my apartment by myself. And I was good for the day, but when I took a shower that night, I was in the shower and I just started crying. I was just crying like a little baby. I was like, oh, this is real.
Oh, 100%. It is. It's great. It's like losing a loved one. Actually, it's very equivalent in terms of losing a loved one. That's just what statistics show. So in terms of grief, it's very similar. It's just that I think the support looks different, which is, which can be devastating for people who are going through a divorce.
Yes, because there's so much I want to ask you. We're going to get into these questions. Can you share some of your personal experience of navigating the emotional aftermath of a divorce? And what was the most challenging part for you emotionally? Are you a content creator, YouTuber? Maybe you've interviewed someone on your video podcast and they said something that was really, really good, or maybe you said something that was really, really good. Well, enter Opus Clips. This is the platform that I use when I want to share 30 to 60-second video clips that I can share with the whole world. I mean, you can share those clips on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram Reels, like these 30 to 60-second clips that Opus Clips can give to you with the click of a mouse. All you have to do is upload the recording and boom, Opus Clips within maybe 10 minutes will give you 15 to 25 different clips with description on the side of the video. And it also gives you like a title, and it gives you a rating and let you know how powerful that clip can be used on social media, from a rating of 99 all the way down to maybe 60. This is a phenomenal platform that has took my social media marketing to another level. If you want to level up your social media game, go in the description below right now and get the link for Opus Clips. This will not disappoint you.
I hope that you're the one, and that you are the prototype.
Well, I've been divorced for a while, y'all. So I've been out of this thing for a minute. But I'm definitely gonna say initially, I felt very pressured to mask everything. I did. I didn't know how to handle a divorce, actually, in terms of emotions, right? You know, with all due respect, I do think it was the best decision. And I still feel this way to this day. I don't regret that. But I will say in the beginning, it was I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know I could feel hurt. Now, I definitely felt like a failure. That was probably the hardest emotion for me to work through. I didn't feel regret about leaving, but I did feel like a failure for leaving. And when I say leaving, it was more of a mutual decision, but I felt a lot of failure. I honestly, I pride myself on everything I do. Like anything I feel like I am attached to, it should work. And when something didn't work, I made myself feel like I was a failure. And I had to work through that. I had to redefine failure. I had to understand that wasn't who I was, but just more of a feeling of what I had. And that's hard for me because I'm a high performer. Right. And so I had to work through that. And then also feeling like I failed my children.
And how old were they at the time?
When the divorce was final, my daughter was, I think, 2. So she was very young. So she doesn't remember us even being together, but my son was 7. And he did remember, which is very critical at that age, just because of brain development, things of that nature. But yeah, he was 7 years old when we went through it.
What are some of the effective coping strategies that help you or your clients manage that emotional turmoil after divorce?
Oh, a lot of things. One of the things that I tell my clients to do is to feel. I had to learn how to feel. Learning how to feel is a strategy, because a lot of my clients are high performing, high achieving women who get things done type of women. So when you tell them to feel, it's like, how do I do that? I don't do anything. You actually do, but it's about being. It's about being in the now, being present, allowing yourself to feel it and call it for what it is. Like, because we can't heal anything that we don't that we can identify. So one of the biggest things that I had them do is to really learn how to feel. Another thing is to journal. Journal is huge.
Yes.
But I will also say expanding their emotional vocabulary, learning how to name the emotion properly. Instead of saying, I'm angry. Is it really anger? Because anger it's a normal name that we know. We know anger, but we may not know feeling defeated, devastated, powerless, hopeless, helpless. Yeah. And so when we start naming emotions, we learn that we have different feelings, and that's okay. That was very huge. And another thing that I tell them to do is sleep on it. Don't make the decision right away. I mean, because when you're going through a divorce, a lot of decisions are being made. So you're not just sitting there waiting for the divorce to be over. You're still working. You're taking care of your kids. You're handling your day to day. You're making legal decisions. You still may have to co-parent. So it's a lot of different moving parts to this thing. So being able to not be reactive instead of being proactive, but until we stabilize these emotions and work through them, then that's how we can show up differently. So for instance, if someone's dealing with their ex, especially if an ex is high conflict, my advice is to never respond initially. Just wait. Let's just, I mean, because them emotions in that moment, you'd be like, if you, and so it's just a matter of being and paying attention to yourself and seeing like, is this a good time to do this? Or maybe not now, just getting more in tune with yourself. And that's a strategy.
Yes.
It's a strategy because you're actually slowing down to speed up, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so getting people to look at it from that perspective can be a challenging in the beginning because it can be some resistance there. But once they lean into it and surrender, they start to see the fruit of doing the work.
Yeah, I agree because going through my divorce, I thought I had my emotions in check until I was going through my divorce. And I was like, oh, this is real. And I realized over the years looking back, I made a lot of decisions based off of emotion,
Oh, yeah.
that ended up costing me when I could have just played it cool. I could have just took a deep breath, but I'm in this whole reactive stage. Like I gotta show them who I am, yeah. So I'm glad you said that because just stepping back and taking a deep breath, that helps you right there.
Oh, yeah. Breathing techniques, box breathing, all of those
Mm-hmm.
different things are good strategies. Going outside for a walk, just stepping away for a minute. I mean, it's a lot of different tools that you can use in your toolbox.
Mm-hmm.
I still do a lot of deep breathing to this day, just with anything. Because once you learn these strategies, you realize that you can pretty much use them universally.
I like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. I wish I would have known this in my 20s.
Me too. I did. I would have saved myself 5 years had I done that because I was divorced. I tell people the reason why I called my podcast Divorce Your Story, because number one, it's the name of my book, but the purpose was understanding to not necessarily stay in the narrative of your divorce. Because you can be out of it, but you can still be attached to it from a mental and emotional perspective. You can let the residue or what occurred in your relationship dictate how you function. And so what I found myself doing even 5 years post my divorce was reacting in ways and being someone that's not necessarily me.
Yeah.
Right. And, just kind of allowing myself to say, okay, this was a part of my this was a part of my book, but not the entire story. Just making sure that I really deal with that particular experience as opposed to sweeping it under the rug and acting like it didn't matter. And so really getting people to understand that this was a huge part of your life. Divorce is a life-altering event. It can truly change your entire life. You can be in situations where you're really set back in many ways.
Yeah.
And so just to act like this didn't happen and just pick up the pieces and move on and ride into the sunset, I'm not sure if that's a good ending to people going through a divorce. I'm not saying that it may not have been the best decision because I wasn't in their home, but we still need to unpack some things. When you dissolve something for decades, you can't possibly think that that doesn't have an impact on you.
Yeah.
Even if you don't want to be with the other person. So I just really, because I see people repeat the same relationship patterns, right?
Yep.
They may not even see that they may not be showing up as their best, even in parenting. They may be a good provider, but they may not be emotionally present. Right. And so these things are very, very important. So this is why Divorce Your Story is so crucial, because we can't just divorce the person. We also need to detach. So I always say many dissolve, but few detach. Think about how many people we know talk about their ex or they past like it happened yesterday.
Yeah.
It lets you know that they're still connected to the story. They talk about it. You could feel the energy from it. You could
Yeah.
tell that there's still a lot of things about that past that they haven't dealt with or confronted.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. It almost feels like it's fresh. Like you said, like it happened yesterday. You're
Like it
like,
happened yesterday.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 What's that one book called? The Body Keeps the Score?
Yeah. The body keeps the score.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm telling you.
Hmm.
And that's the thing. And so I really encourage my clients to really rewrite a new narrative. Like, how do you really want your life to look going forward?
Mm.
You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of unhealthy conversations around divorce. And what we must not do is get caught up in the unhealthy narrative around it and give ourselves the permission to move forward. You owe that to yourself and your children.
Totally
Yeah.
agree. Totally agree. Because I was married 15 years and I I think I checked out like year 10.
Yeah.
You know, like those last 5 years, I was just there. You know, I had checked out, but
Hmm.
just to think of how long I stayed in there if I just would have been honest enough with myself,
Yeah.
you know, to be like, I don't want to do this anymore. But I was just so scared of what the other side would look like, you know. So I was
Yeah.
like, try to work it out.
It's the unfamiliar. It's the unknown. It's another chapter that you don't know. Even if you're in something that could be unhealthy and toxic, you'll
Mhm.
stay because it's what you know.
Yep. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Totally agree. How can someone rebuild their self-worth and sense of self-worth after a divorce?
Wow. How can someone build their self-worth? Oh my goodness. So one of the things, no, I think that's a good question, actually. I actually talked about that, about honoring your worth. I think it's something you need to allow yourself to honor. Um, I think one of the things, what's important is for us to unlearn a lot of things. Okay. Like a lot of narratives, a lot of beliefs that we have could really be distorted, can easily be untrue.
Mhm.
And so we have to take the time to unlearn what we've been taught. I think one of the things is to unlearn that you matter, meaning that your needs, your desires, your feelings are important. Many of us have been told that they're not important.
Mhm.
And so honoring that self-worth is understanding that that's important. It's also understanding to not compare yourself to other individuals.
Mhm.
Realizing that we are unique. I believe that that's what makes us special. If God wanted us to all be the same, I think he would have done that. You know, and because what I realized is that God created me, but my mom carried me. I love my mother, but I had to understand who created me.
Mhm.
And what that allowed me to do was really align what his word said on who I am.
Mhm. Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
that's not, it sound good in scripture, but living it is like one thing,
Yeah.
right? Looking at, what are a lot of your strengths?
Mhm.
And I would say in terms of internal attributes as well as external attributes. Look at your character. What is it about you that is different? And if you don't know what that is just yet, because you may not know,
Yeah.
ask someone that you trust and just see what they may say. Because a lot of us might say, girl, that's nothing, or man, please, that
Yeah.
ain't nothing. But it actually may be the thing. That's your it factor. And so I think it's important for us to kind of, dig deep and just really see, like, what is it that I'm good at now? What is
Mhm.
it that I have going on? It's so many people that struggle with that
Yeah.
all the time. But when I really had to realize that God created me, and I know some people say, well, I ain't trying to be religious. I'm being very religious right now in terms of my walk with God. When I
Hey, let's
really
go.
saw who I was in Him,
Mhm.
because you hear that you're perfectly made in His image.
Yes.
But I had to really meditate on a lot of scripture, understand it, really evolve in what the scripture was really saying, because I had to unlearn a lot of what people taught biblically, because even what they taught didn't align with what the word actually said. So
Mhm.
it's things like that that I just had to, and also give yourself grace, to give yourself the freedom to really seek your worth, because you may not even think you're worthy of anything because of maybe what you've been through, maybe your experiences, maybe even some trauma from your childhood that has cultivated this unhealthy narrative that you're unworthy. And so I would definitely say extend grace in the same manner that God has given you,
Yes.
so that you can move on. You
Mhm.
know, honoring the grace that God has given you is also allowing yourself to rewrite a new story and just seeking that path. Those are a couple of things that I would definitely say just right off the top of my head.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's good because you have to know who you are. I mean, oh my God, because
Because the world, everybody else will tell you if you don't. And I realize that just if you just step back and you just look on social media and you just see how people just it's just you know
it's always something.
it's always something like,
Mhm.
and it's like and you have to, in all of that chaos, you still have to know who you are.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because you get, you become this one flesh with this person, right? And you look at that as your identity. And then once you're out here and you're starting over again, you're like, who am I? Because you could have, and I know a lot of women struggle with that as far as
Oh,
losing
100%.
themselves in a marriage, they like, who am I? Um, because they've given so much to their kids and making sure that their husband was good. So I've heard so many stories of women who just took years off. And I think statistically, I think I was reading the article on Psychology Today. They were saying one of the reasons that women don't remarry faster than men is because like they don't want to carry this quote unquote like this responsibility again.
Yeah, I can
Because they're
understand
carrying
that.
a whole, they're carrying this family. Uh,
Yeah, but I think also that's where you have, and this is why the healing work is so important,
mm,
because you want to know, how do I mean, one part of healing is not just from a romantic perspective, but let's just talk romance, right?
right.
That's an area that you need to say, okay, what is it that I need to unlearn so I can show up in this relationship fully? I think a lot of us have been taught, give up your life,
Yeah.
don't, a lot of this. And so it's important to get clear on what you need.
Hmm.
Um, Not want, I'm talking about need. And being able to communicate that and not feel like that's not something you should go in and speak about. And that's just my humble opinion. But
Yeah.
I do believe that that's why maybe quite a few women don't remarry instantly. And not to mention so many other factors. I mean, if they're the custodial parent, I mean, someone else around their children,
Yeah.
they might be very cautious of that, which I can't blame them. And then you have your time is really devoted in the upbringing and raising of your children. And so the capacity maybe to fully be present in a relationship may not be there.
Mm,
And I also think people need to adjust, giving the kids time to adjust. Divorce hurts children in so many different ways. And so just getting them adjusted to a new normal, getting them a new rhythm, a routine, seeing how this co-parenting dynamic it will work before we just bring somebody in. It's a lot of different variables to it. And
mm,
so I can see why many people in fear,
mm.
fear of maybe the outcome. Like, I don't want to go through this again. And I mean, I get it. Those are all understandable, but I think it's more about trusting yourself,
Yeah.
and knowing that even in what, okay. One of the things that because I learned so much in this, I learned so much. One of the things I really learned was that it's a risk,
Yeah.
and you have to decide if this person is worth the risk. And that's really how I see it.
Mhm.
I can't, and it doesn't mean yes, you can be calculated. I recommend you to be, but you can't control the outcome. You can't dictate what someone does. You
That's right.
can only control how you show up.
Mhm.
But I do recommend for people to ask the questions, ask the tough questions, ask the things that matter to you,
Yeah.
not these little fluffy,
Mhm. What's your
these little
favorite color?
fluffy. Those are cute questions, but we got to get down to business because we're talking about joining lives here. We're talking about that is uncoupling is no joke.
Yes.
And I say that respectfully.
Mhm.
But it can get real messy if it can. So I think you should finances, kids,
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But I also recognize is that people can change because life
Mhm.
can change people. It's
Yeah.
so much to this, Sean. You can be with somebody in 15, 20 years later and be like, who is this person? Life can change you, y'all. People, this is why I don't never judge people's situations because life really can
Mhm.
change you. When you're young, you see the world in a different kind of lens than you do when you get older. And it can change you. People lose jobs, lose parents, lose kids, lose love. I mean, a lot can happen. You can lose everything you work for and it can change you. You can turn to alcohol. You can become abusive. Those things can happen. Not because that's what you planned for. It's just that's what life can really do to you if you're not careful
Yeah.
to be intentional about getting the help, you know?
Yeah. I agree because there's so many vices that you can turn to, and,
Oh,
that
100%.
that process, and it don't take much,
It doesn't. It
It don't
it
take.
doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much at all. It really doesn't. So it's a lot to it.
Yeah, for sure. I want to talk about support systems, and I kind of want to talk about this a little bit because this is something that's near and dear to me.
Mhm.
Of course, they are important when you're going through a divorce, but what advice would you give to someone who's struggling to find it?
To find support.
Yeah, like while going through a divorce.
Well, I think it's important for us to, this is one of the things that I tell people.
Mhm.
Your support might, okay, because sometimes, and I don't mean no harm when I say it, but sometimes our support may not be our family and friends.
Mm,
Not because they don't care, they just may not understand the situation you're going through.
yeah.
So your support might look like people you don't know,
Mm,
right? This is
mhm.
why I do the work I do because what my clients and I discuss, I have to, number one, not only do I lead objectively, but I have to lead with compassion. I have to lead with truth. But family and friends, a lot of the time, may not be the right people, especially if they're very, very biased. And a lot of us are because it's our family, right? But the
Mhm.
advice that they give may not be the best thriving advice.
Yeah.
So when you are having difficulty, I would audit who you're looking to support you.
Mm,
Are you unconsciously or even consciously expecting your friends or your family to give you a level of support that they may not even have the capacity to give?
yes.
And I think we have to not hold them to that.
Hmm.
Right. And
Hmm.
so when we know that they may be supportive in different ways, maybe they'll watch the kids for you while you go to therapy
That's it.
or do something else. So their support might look different. But when you're talking about discussing the intricate details of your marriage,
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily go to them. I would go to maybe a therapist
Hmm.
or even a coach such as myself,
Hmm.
because at this point a therapist can help you work through your emotions and thoughts, and I do that as well.
Yeah.
However, I also help you I'm also helping you make better decisions now, but then also being strategic about how you want to move forward. And
Mm,
you want somebody who can come in, there's really no judgment, no bias. I'm here to see things objectively.
yeah.
I'm here to be there for you, so because I get it. And based upon where you are, I got to help you, kind of get through and work through that. So for the person who's having a hard time, I mean, social media is not the place, no disrespect, but
Yeah.
you know how it is. And everybody, even we always saying about somebody getting a divorce from a celebratory
Mhm.
standpoint, but it's never a good place to really air out your situation. It's
Yeah.
not a place to vent. Half of the things I see in the comments, I just be like, oh my God, this is just really not good advice.
Mhm.
It's like hurt people giving hurt advice. So you have to treat this season real personal. You have to be real strategic about who you're confiding in.
Mhm.
Because you can find yourself talking about it and venting, but you're not moving forward.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I would suggest. And because it's a lot of resources out here now.
Yeah.
And even if you can't find a person, there are podcasts,
Mm-hmm.
right? There are books.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you can't find that person just yet, you can start there. There are support groups. Um, I know divorce care from a spiritual perspective. You can go there for support.
Yeah.
There may be free resources in your area. So there are tools out here. You may just have to do a little searching, but it's out here.
Mm-hmm.
Or just hire me. I'll work with you.
I know that's right.
I mean, it's here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of resources here that you can start, even just reading a book. It can be something that small.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. We do live in a information age, you
Oh,
know.
100%.
Yeah, because I know for me when I was going through my divorce, I really didn't have a lot of support.
Hmm.
And it was just kind of, I don't know if it was more because I wasn't saying anything like going through the divorce because, it's like no shade to my ex-wife, but it's like she was making all the noise, that whole thing. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep my peace. I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm not gonna do all this bickering, going back and forth, that whole thing. But I've learned a lot going through that process. Um, just spending that time by myself and getting to find me again.
Hmm.
If you have any questions for our guest, please leave a question below. We'd love to hear from you all. Uh, this is this is great. This is a topic that's near and dear to me. What are some steps that people can take when it comes to releasing bitterness and resentment and opening themselves up to possibilities of love again after divorce? So, how can someone let go of bitterness and resentment? Because, like you said earlier, they just constantly talking about their ex. Like, how do they get rid of that stuff? How do they let it go?
I think the only way you can let it go is to allow yourself to actually go through it. Everybody tell you to get out your feelings. I recommend people to get in them, and
Mhm.
they are uncomfortable. It's a level of detoxing that you have to do. It's a muscle you have to build. Healing is a compounded effect. And we live in a age where, I always tell people I love me some Amazon Prime. Okay. I can get my package the same day sometimes, right? But when it
Mhm.
comes to your healing, it's not that, it's not like that kind of switch. But I will say every little step compounds. One of the things that I recommend people do is to check in with themselves, see how they're
Mhm.
feeling throughout the day, right? I really recommend you to team up with a therapist so you can really kind of have someone else on your team that to hold you accountable, or even someone like myself, but really checking yourself throughout the day, because maybe like you said, during the day you was cool, but when you got home at night,
Yeah.
that's when things hit you, right? So
Mhm.
just now being more mindful of what's going on, like how am I feeling,
Mhm.
why do I feel this way? You got to challenge this stuff. Like, why do I feel this way?
Mhm.
And getting to the why can take a couple of things, which is why I recommend people to get coaching. Because if I had a client and they told me they felt embarrassed, I would ask why. And they may give me a surface answer, but then based on that answer, I'm now trying to now get more deep into what they really said, because I can almost assure that that's not really it. It's
Mhm.
challenging them to really allow themselves to be vulnerable, which is not an easy thing for people to do if that is not their norm,
Yeah.
right? And so doing that is a game changer, and celebrating those wins. I think it's important for people to say, hey, you know what? I'm not like I was 2 weeks ago. I still got a ways to go, but I'm not who I was a month ago.
Mhm.
Just, allowing yourself to be proud of that. I believe forgiveness is very powerful.
Mhm.
I know, I mean, I don't think you should force yourself to forgive, but I do believe that there's healing power in forgiveness.
Yes.
Even statistically, like I was reading an article, this was a while back, the damages of what not forgiving does to you,
Yeah.
your health, your immune system, digestive issues, migraines, joint pain, that can come from holding that grudge internally. Again, the body keeps the score. And so really learning how to release, knowing that it's a journey and not just this thing where I forgive and I'm all is well. No, it is a journey.
Yeah.
Forgiveness starts with a choice. And we have to work still through the hurt that we may have experienced from the dissolution of our marriage. In terms of seeking love again, I think it's all situational, Sean. Um, if I can be honest, I think people do need time before they get into a new relationship.
Yeah.
Of understanding who they are, what they need. I think when you heal, your attraction changes.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Like the priority and what you need in someone shifts. What you thought you needed may be more of a preference than a standard. You understand? And so I think that's really important. Because I think the worst advice someone can give is just put yourself back out there. And I think taking control over your life is also taking control over the dating world. You can't control, someone else, but you can control how you show up in the dating world. And you want to show up confident. You want to show up knowing who you are, knowing what you want, what you don't want. If you're not about that casual life, hey, you're just not about that. No, seriously, because it's easy to align yourself with what someone else wants just to avoid rejection. You see what I'm saying? It's like, oh yeah, I ain't looking for nothing either, but you are.
Yeah.
You know what this person doing isn't something that aligns with your values. However, you won't say anything because again, you avoid rejection by any means. You think, so it's being okay with something not working.
Yeah.
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 And knowing that it has nothing to do with you in terms of who you are and whose you are. We always internalize everything and we make it so personal. I'm like, you know what? You're not it for everybody, and it's okay.
Yeah. That's so good. I'm glad you said that because I know me in my own life, I struggle big time with taking everything personal.
Me
That's
too.
like, and I and I had to realize, I'm like, how selfish it is of me to think that everything is about me. I'm like, am I really that important to think everything is about me?
Yeah.
And I had to learn that shoot, even still I'm learning it. Like when I feel myself like starting to take things personal, I'm like, that's not pertaining to you. Like being able to separate myself from that. And that took a long time for me to get over. And that was even a struggle in my marriage. When I was previously married, I just had this whole wall of defense.
Yeah.
Look back, I'm like, yeah, I was pretty hard to talk to because I was just getting defensive because I thought everything was about me.
And I totally agree. I used to think that I can control the outcome by how I showed up. That's a lot of pressure. So I used to believe that my love was based on my effort. And I had to learn how to let that go. I'm not saying that you don't put forth an effort,
Of course.
but to believe that my love is just totally transactional based on what I do and just not who I am, that's a very unhealthy place to function relationally.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to struggle with that big time. My worth was based on just basically what I could do.
Yeah, performing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Performance. It was all.
performing. And that was all what it was. And, sometimes when we think about it, we were rewarded for performing well.
Yeah.
Right. And sometimes we don't even realize that mentality that created a narrative that, you know what? Okay, well, if I do well by what I do. So this makes people like me and love me. And you can, it could just really go real sour in a romantic relationship. So just learning how to actually fall back a lot more.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
How can parents help their kids manage the emotional roller coaster of divorce while also managing their own emotions?
Ooh, child. Oh my God. Listen. No. That is a good question because I think that one of the biggest concerns for parents when people are going through a divorce are their children.
Mm-hmm.
But what can easily get overlooked are your children. Why? Because there's so much going on, right? Legal,
Yeah.
logistics, co-parenting, maybe having to move, sell your home, finances shift. There's a lot of different things that's going on. And so the kids can easily be kind of overlooked in it all. I think what's really important above all else is for both parents to learn how to create a dynamic that is safe for their children. Like one of the things that I always tell people is that, and I wrote this down, um, and I said that regardless of how you see the person you're no longer with, it's important to remember that although this person is no longer your partner, they are still the parent of your children. And that's important to understand because sometimes we think, okay, I'm no longer with the person. Yeah, but your parental responsibilities are still there.
That's right.
And so being able to not divorce your own kids, I think it's important for people to understand. Learning how to emotionally regulate your own self because you can't teach your children anything you don't know. See, this is why I work with women, because if I can work with the woman, then she will automatically teach her children. It's just a domino effect. You teach your children, then you have a stable home. A lot of people say, well, how can I help my kids? Help yourself. And I don't say that to be funny. I'm saying it because if we think about it, our children are watching us. And a lot of us think, oh, my children don't know what's going on. Believe that they do.
Yes.
I think also understand your emotional availability to your children. Maybe you're not as emotional available in the season you're in, especially if you're in a season where things are dissolving. Know that and get the help for them.
Yeah.
That is smart. That's what you call good parenting. If you know what I mean, like there may be a part of you that can be there, but there may be another part of you where you don't have the tools. You don't know what to say because your children are going to ask questions.
Yes.
Why are you all no longer together? You have to be able to navigate those questions. You don't sweep them under the rug. You don't be like, well, that's none of your business. No, you want to be able to answer those age appropriately.
Yes.
And so them getting the help so they can have a safe space, because there may be certain things that they may not tell you right now because they don't want to hurt your feelings. Their world is changing. So they don't want to ruffle any feathers with their parents. So having that safe space for them to be able to talk to maybe a therapist or someone who's skilled in marriage and family therapy, I think will be amazing for them, honestly. But I will also say that if you honestly want to help your kids, help yourself. Because when they see mom and dad know how to regulate their emotions, when they see mom and dad being able to come together and still both be present for their children, I'm gonna tell you something. It's not really divorce. It's the conflict that parents have.
Yes.
And so if we can reduce that conflict as much as possible, your kids are gonna be okay. But if they're in a lot of conflict, if they feel like they have to choose, if they have to be your messengers, right? If they have to sit here and you making them mom and dad of the house, that's not their job. It's and you bad mouthing the other parent. That's when it gets ugly.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And so we don't want that because that's still their parent and they still love that other parent and they love you.
Yes. Yep.
I'm telling you, I'm passionate about that because because people always say, well, kids are resilient. And I just don't know how I feel about that because when we say kids are resilient, we can easily say because they're resilient, this doesn't bother them, and it does.
Yes.
So yes, they may be able to adapt, but that doesn't dismiss the fact that they're hurting. It doesn't dismiss the fact that they're vulnerable about things. They have questions. So that's definitely what I would say.
Yeah. No, that's good because when kids, like you say, it's what they see. And then the first thing when people go through a divorce, first thing they do is they use the kids.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen, that's why I said, like, don't divorce your kids. I've seen it where you either have the non-custodial parent that's being alienated from their children, or you could have where that parent just says, I'm not coming around anymore. You could have the custodial parent using that child, as a crutch to the other parent. And that's, that's immature.
Yeah.
I mean, that's you hurting. And this is why you have to get the help.
Yes.
Because your kids are going to grow up. They're going to be adults one day.
Yep.
And when someone asks, well, how was it growing up with both your parents in separate homes? You, as a parent, you get to decide the kind of story that you want your children to tell. And that's going to be based on how you show up.
Yep. Yep. I totally understand, because that's the first thing people say, even as adults. Like you say, how was your childhood or whatever? And they can just automatically go to that spot where my dad, I remember when they divorced. I mean, you're a full grown adult.
Yeah.
You can almost call everything in detail. You're like, because my dad, when he left during this, it's like, so, and you only get that one time, right? You only get
Right.
that one.
You don't get your children don't get a do-over. And that's important for people to understand. Like your child doesn't get a do-over to be a child again. We can have a do-over in life as adults, in terms of maybe getting remarried, redesigning our life, but our children would never get another chance at being a child again. And so know that you have the ability to say, you know what would I want my kids to say about me? Even if you can't control, even if the other parent doesn't want to be maybe cooperative, because some people, they just aren't cooperative. They don't want to be civil. And that's when you want to be more parallel in your parenting. But for the person who's listening, how do you want to show up? What kind of parenting experience do you want your children to have with you? Can they say, you know what, my mom, she was just an ear. She, if I had some things to say about the other parent, my mom or dad never said anything bad, but they did listen.
Yeah.
I saw my mom or dad being able to handle conflict very respectfully. You know what I mean? Or I saw both my parents show up and support me. It can be that too. So know that you can control the narrative in terms of how you want your kids' parenting experience to be. Yeah.
I agree. I know you were saying that your divorce was a while ago, but I want to know, what were some things that you learned about yourself after going through a divorce?
Do we got time today? Listen, I'm gonna tell you one thing I learned about myself. I used to try to control everything. And I didn't think that's what I was doing. If I can be honest, because I thought, I was just trying to be supportive because I know they can do better, just whatever, right? Just being a mess. But I'm telling you, I thought I could control the narrative. I realized that my approach needed work. I was a doer. One thing about me, I was a doer. I always did things. I knew how to handle my affairs. However, this tongue of mine, it's just what it is. Like, it got real slick. And here's the thing, I used to justify that. Well, if he X, Y, and Z, then I wouldn't have to X, Y, and Z. And it's like, okay, Tanya, but in the healing work, it's like, but you're still allowing somebody to dictate how you function. And so knowing that no matter what somebody else do or don't do, I still control the temperature. And I didn't know how to do that regardless. I didn't know how to properly communicate what I needed to say without tearing a person down. You understand?
Yeah.
I mean, for real. And I don't brag about it. I actually hated that I was even like that. And I was like, you really don't have to be like that. And I recognized that I had some work to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to own that part of myself, because had I not, I'll still justify me being that way. But I would say those were the two things that I really had to learn, that those were two major things about myself
Yeah.
that I had to learn. Learning how to control the controllables. That was a game changer for me.
That's good. Thanks for the transparency. I appreciate that because a lot of people it's easy to still shift the blame, kind of thing. So I appreciate that. We do
Yeah.
have a question from I am Jen Grace. She asked, how do you explain to your children the disrespect from the other parent without throwing the other parent under the bus?
The disrespect to who? Her or the children?
Uh,
Because
it says disrespect from the other parent. So I think like maybe not throwing the other parent under the bus, like talking to the kids, like sometimes people, oh, you're instead of saying like, oh, she says yes to me. How do you explain to your children a disrespect from the other parent without throwing the other parent under the bus? She says yes to me.
okay. One of the things that I'm curious on is it being done in front of the children?
Mm,
And this is just me asking the question because I don't think you have, again, we don't have to get into intricate details. I
yes.
think what's important is us teaching our children how to manage relationships, right? Knowing where to place people where they belong, even if it's their parent. So, in other words, I don't think we have to go into this thing of, well, your father's disrespectful.
Got you.
And he's this and he's that, right? I think it's important to know that, hey, you know, when there's certain when your father speaks a certain way, then this is that I feel isn't conducive to respecting me,
Mhm.
then mommy has to set appropriate boundaries.
Yes.
Always go back to the solution on what you have to do.
Mhm.
Um, so we can make sure that those that, because it can be kind of blurred, right? Because if
Right.
I don't know if they're seeing their mom being disrespected,
Mm.
or or the fact that you just, because my thing is, I guess if they're asking the question, maybe they've seen it, they've witnessed it.
Maybe she says they are disrespectful to me, making sure they they know that that's not okay, but telling them to continue respecting their father. She says, yes, it is done in front of them.
Okay, so it's one of those things where when it's done in front of them, this is where when we do have a talk with our children, we definitely have to say that what they experience is not something a person should do when they respect you.
Mm,
And know, and because these are things that they do need to know, especially if dad is doing it in front of them. The
yeah,
only thing that I will watch me doing is bad mouthing him. But let's address the act,
got
right? The act is the disrespect, right? The act is the name calling or maybe the yelling. I don't know exactly what he's doing, but
yeah.
the act is what we really want to focus on,
Mhm.
and let them know that when they are being treated that way, then this is where they have to set boundaries. Um, I would ask my children, do they feel safe when they are in the presence of their dad? Um, Again, I don't know, but we know that of course his reaction is about his own hurt, but
Mhm.
that's how I would approach it.
Yeah.
And I would also even tell him, hey, let's not do this in front of our
Mhm.
children.
Mhm.
And then if this continues, and I don't know if you're around family and friends
Mhm.
where, because if you all are, I guess, co-parenting, maybe you need a person in the middle to pick the kids up and drop them off. And the
Mhm.
reason why I'm saying that is because if your kids keep seeing that, then it becomes a problem. Another thing is to see what a lawyer can draw up in terms of a parenting plan. There may be another way to communicate from a technology perspective, like Family Wizard, things like that, where
Mhm.
it's court ordered. Sometimes you may have to go that extreme with people, especially
Yeah.
if they're not going to be cooperative. But
Mm,
if you have another person who can say, hey, I'll pick up the kids, or I'll be the middle person for the kids, so that way they don't have to hear their mom being disrespected,
yes.
then you can do that. If you feel like they may not be considered safe in terms of not necessarily physical, but verbal, it can be
Yeah.
just as impactful. Then
Yeah.
you may want to see what your options are in terms of visitation and what that may look like in
Mm,
terms of, I mean, we have to think about what's best for the children in the long haul.
yes.
What they're seeing and what they're witnessing will impact how they function, regardless if that is their father or their mother. If they are displaying behaviors that can truly be impactful to their child,
Mm,
then, and I would say for me, I would definitely look into seeing what other things we can set and what other parameters we can have in place.
yeah. That's so good. She
Mhm.
said, "Thank you, thank you." That is clarifying.
Okay, thank you. And I hope that that works out, because it's so overwhelming.
Mm.
Because in the moment, you want to go off. Let's
Yeah.
just
Oh
keep it.
yeah.
No, seriously, let's
For
just keep
real.
it 100.
Yeah.
In that moment, you like, who you talking to? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that listen, I'm just gonna listen. If she watching, I'm just here to tell you, I get it. Cause hold on, what? I get it. So this stuff that I'm saying, it sounds, it's actually a great, it's what you should do. But in those moments, honey, when them emotions take over,
Yeah.
Sean, you be like, look,
We gotta
you want
regulate,
to
right?
come.
We gotta regulate.
I'm telling you, you be like, hold on, what? Okay.
Yeah, because soon as as soon as you swing, your kid gonna remember that. They're gonna be like, yeah, I remember my mama see she swung. But anyway, um,
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, that is so real because there was a time when I remember my daughter was asking me when we were actually going through the separation when I was, in my own place and my ex-wife was in her own place. And I would get my daughter on the weekends and she would just ask me like, why dad? Like, and at the time, even though she was 14, I was just like, I can't tell you everything right now. But as she got older and matured, and then we started to have those real conversations. Um,
Yeah. And still being able to navigate that. I think one of the biggest things that I learned, and this is what a friend had, I mean, he gave me some great advice because he works with men, he works with fathers.
mm,
And he said, be who your child needs to be in the moment.
mm,
And that that stuck with me, because sometimes I found in my situation, specifically with my daughter, because again, she was 2, she's 17 now.
yeah,
So she didn't know much. But as the years went by, she just started to develop her own perspective, which is why I tell people to be mindful of what they say. Let your children form their own perspective.
hmm,
I know that's easier said than done,
yeah,
but when you allow them to develop their own perspective, you're also allowing them to have their own emotional autonomy.
yeah,
And that allows them to not feel like, they don't have to really take on your views, because your views are going to be different. Why? Because you had a romantic partnership with them,
yep,
where your child has a parent-child relationship with them.
mm,
Those are fundamentally different.
yep,
So the conversations got more deep. I would say for me, I was very cautious. A lot of things I just listened more than anything.
mm,
Um, I did give her some advice, but what I did do is I hired a therapist,
yeah.
because you know I'm a bear. You know, there's gonna be some bias there,
Yeah.
right? And I wanted someone to be able to see things objectively,
Mhm. Mhm.
you know. And that was important for me. But had I not did the work on myself, Sean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have known to do that.
Yeah.
And that's why it's really important to do the work on yourself, because you realize, like, wow, this is what doing the work did for me.
Hmm.
How would my kids learning how to do some of this work for themselves, how would it benefit them?
So good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they say, what's that one quote? Time doesn't heal all wounds, is what you do with that time that heals all wounds.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It just carries on, and it becomes sometimes, or a lot of the time, even generational.
Yeah.
And so we have to allow ourselves. It's so much on this timeline of life. So
Mhm.
much happen.
Life be lifing, right?
Life do what it does. And I'm telling you, that's why I my compassion for people has gotten so deep.
Mhm.
Because life is real and it's so much going on. And
Yeah.
to just not think and to just keep going and not stopping to do some hard work.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like every day I ask God to cleanse my heart, purify my heart,
Amen.
soften my heart. Cause sometimes all it takes, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
One situation.
I'm telling you, and it's only but so much your heart can handle without the work. And I just think we gotta know that there are seasons where I think you always should be doing the hard work, but then you also maybe have seasons that are just so crucial where you got like, nah, I got to deal with this. And I think divorce is one of those things,
Mhm.
one of those seasons.
Mhm. I agree.
Hmm.
This has been a phenomenal episode. So much wisdom. Uh,
Yeah.
oh my God. Tanya, let everyone know how they can get in touch with you. Tell us about the YouTube channel, all that good stuff. Let everyone know.
Yeah. So I'm on Instagram. I am Tanya Carter. I'm on YouTube as Tanya Carter. My podcast is called Divorce Your Story, and I also have a book called Divorce Your Story. And I'm also for the month of October and November, I am doing like 90-minute intensives where I'm able to work with a person on two major areas in their life. I do have a group coaching program, but I'm not going to be doing any more group coaching for the rest of the year. So I'm actually going to be doing intensives where we work together one-on-one
Mhm.
and we work out two areas of your life that you need some work in and drawing you out a plan so
Mhm.
that way you can start implementing it,
Yeah.
having some action so we can set some goals and move forward. And so yeah, that's
Mhm.
that's where I'm at. So yeah, and I'll be dropping a podcast episode tomorrow on 7 key parenting mistakes to avoid.
Allowing yourself to recognize the ending of something and to lay it to rest and give it and to be able to mourn it, be able to literally say, okay, I'm releasing this, I'm laying this down, I'm giving myself time to mourn, to grieve, to accept, and try to move forward. I would say respect. I was gonna say love, but sometimes love is not enough. And so like sometimes that is just not enough. I definitely think loyalty is definitely something that needs to be there, and safety, and whether that's just be like emotional safety. When we see someone maybe doing things they wouldn't normally do just to see us smile or make us, feel better, or, just whatever the case is, like whatever it is that person is needing emotionally and saying, hey, this isn't my norm, but I'm willing to meet you where you are. That's a big, that's so meaningful and so powerful. It shows intention, it shows care. There's so much, because that's a lot of that's action, right? And sacrifice is an action. And so being able to see that is a big deal. That is a big deal.
We are continuing in our Life After Divorce series, which is really doing well. I'm excited. I thank you all for watching and subscribing and all the other good stuff. And we're just here to help people today. So, in part two, we're going to talk with our special guest, Tierra Faulkner. She's no stranger to the YouTube podcast. How are you doing, Tierra?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Happy to be here.
For sure. Thanks again, once again, for taking some time out of your day to be a guest. I want to talk to you about life after divorce. I want to jump into this to respect your time. How did you and your ex meet?
We met in high school.
Hmm. High
Mhm.
school sweethearts.
Yeah, yeah. And our houses were like right across from each other. So we would be like at the bus stop together. But we didn't talk for like a year. And then like sophomore year, like 10th grade, we started talking, became friends.
Really? Hmm.
Mhm.
That's interesting. So over time, like, or when you start to date and then you start to get into like the courtship and going into getting married, what made you say this was the man for me?
I really like we were best friends. And so like he knew everything about me and I knew everything about him. So it was very comfortable and he was talking about marriage really early on. So I was like, okay, yeah, this was great. This is my person.
So I think that is important to have that friendship going into marriage. But sometimes I wonder with that, like if y'all are friends and say y'all are dating other people and say if you really like this person, how do you have that conversation when they like, yeah, I went on this date with this other person because we're like cool or whatever, but how do you get to the place where you like, no, but I really like you? Like, do you have that conversation or do you just kind of let the friendship evolve?
Um, I think it depends. I think it depends on the person and what, they're wanting to express. Like, I mean, me personally, I'm all for, let your feelings be known, express, how you feel. Um, but also like considering like what you might value. Like I didn't want to be in a relationship with him initially, like because I was like, well, I don't want to ruin our friendship. So that was kind of something. But then after a while, I was like, maybe this could actually work out and be a thing. So, I really think it just depends on the person and maybe you two can have that conversation or maybe you don't. Maybe you just kind of see what happens with the friendship and let things kind of form organically. But I think it just depends.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. I think I'm kind of selfish though.
Yeah. You're just like, let me just lay it all out there.
Yeah, I
Okay.
want you.
Yeah, yeah. I'm all for that.
So once well, I'm assuming like there was this engagement time. Did you both do premarital counseling or no?
Yeah, we did. I think it was like
Mhm,
one session.
mhm.
Um, so yeah, it was kind of short from what I remember. But yeah.
Looking back, do you feel that premarital counseling is important for any couple for most couples that desire to marry? You think it's necessary or?
Um, I think I don't know if it's necessarily necessary, but it's can be very insightful. I think it can be really helpful to maybe just lay some things out or, you know, maybe gain some deeper insight, to really kind of be sure, this is the direction you want to go in. Um, while having like someone there kind of being able to like facilitate or, have this like unbiased view of, you two's relationship before you jump into marriage. So it's, I don't know if it's necessarily necessary, but I think it can be a very helpful tool before going into marriage.
Mhm. Yeah, because I think in my first marriage, I think we had maybe about 2 sessions.
Hmm.
And after that, my pastor was like, y'all good. I trust y'all.
Hmm.
I mean, it lasted 15 years, but it is what it is.
Hmm.
At what point did you know that there was trouble in paradise?
Uh,
And whatever you feel comfortable with sharing.
I I think I knew, but I was in denial that like anything was wrong or things were off. I would just kind of like just kind of maybe turn a blind eye to some things that looking back are like those are some red flags or why didn't I pay more attention to this or when he said this or that. Um, so it was probably like maybe 5 years in or so was when I was kind of like okay something's not right.
Mhm.
um, but yeah, it was kind of deeper in, but I think I knew, but I just didn't want to see that things weren't perfect.
Mhm. Mhm. And how many years were you married total?
7.
7. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because sometimes, well, most times men don't initiate divorce because we always throw the numbers out there about 80% of women file for divorce and things of that nature. But I realized over time that a lot of times men, they would just stick it out. They would just stay the course. And I realized too that a lot of men struggle with finishing, with ending things. I know in the last 5 years of my marriage, I knew my marriage was over, but I was still there. Like I didn't know how to end it.
Mm-hmm.
So, um, but that's a whole another show because somebody was asking me about that.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back, what could have you had done to keep your marriage, or
Uh,
what you could have done differently?
yeah, the it's just kind of funny because I was gonna actually talk to him the other day about some of this stuff, but I wish I kind of just gave him this more space to deal with whatever he was dealing with his stuff. Instead of maybe looking at like a timeline for certain things. But it just I think I just kind of should have I wish I kind of just gave him a little bit more of that, and kind of really tried to understand our different like communication styles a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm more of a like, well, I want to talk about it right now and like process things right now. And like he was more of a person that kind of needed some space or needed some time to process things or and then come back to it. But I kind of wish I just did things a little bit differently. But I think ultimately, I think I came to the conclusion that there was nothing I really could have done to really kind of repair the breakdown of it of the
Mm-hmm.
whole relationship,
Mm-hmm.
um and that I couldn't change a person, and that was something that I wish I had maybe kind of accepted earlier, is that I did not have the power to change someone, and when someone shows you who they are, just believe them, accept it, and you do whatever you're going to do with that. But just kind of accepting that I couldn't, well, maybe I could see better, for him and some of the decisions he was making, that maybe he couldn't see it, and I can't give somebody new eyes, right? I can't change how you see yourself in the mirror. I don't have that power. And so I wish I kind of um accepted that fact a little bit
Mm-hmm.
sooner on, and just kind of let things just kind of just let things kind of fall apart, I guess, instead of trying so hard to keep it together.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about accepting people for who they are? Because I was talking to a friend about this, and I think it's probably one of the hardest things. But do you feel like that was maybe something that you learned, like just giving people space to be who they are?
Hmm. Yeah.
And and if that's the case, do you think that the marriage maybe would have survived longer, like accepting him for who he is?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it would have lasted a couple more years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But I know that in accepting who he was and the choices that he was making, I would have neglected myself in some way. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it wouldn't have been the healthiest thing for me to watch and to kind of witness, like, and experience the pain that I think would have came from just being like, okay, yeah, yeah, like I'll just stick this out, or I'll just kind of like let you do your thing, or let you figure some things out. Um, And I was like, I think the way that maybe we needed to grow was apart. I like had to be kind of separate, and I was it's like 'cause I was talking about this the other day. Like we're cool. Like there's no bad blood between us, and it's still a lot, very much a lot of love there. Like love for each other.
For
I'm
sure.
not like romantic love
Yeah.
on my I speak for myself. Um, but just kind of me kind of recognizing that like the things that he needed to grow through was maybe something that had to be apart from me, and me just accepting that um sometimes people can't come with you
Mhm.
um on the trajectory of where your life was going. I felt like our trajectories were going in very different directions, and it was like me being like, no, I want you to come up with me, but it's like somebody's not they're not meeting you on that. They're not seeing it. They're not seeing themselves. It's like, I think sometimes it's like divine intervention kind of has to come into plays, and things just kind of have to be apart. And I think it's better for both of us, I think, just for us to be able to grow apart
Mhm.
and, be kind of separate. So,
Mhm. So do you believe? So do you believe in? Because a lot of times people talk about we grew apart.
mhm.
So you do. You are a believer in that.
I never really was, because I kind of, when I used to hear that, I'd be like, well, that's not really a reason to like end a marriage, because I just kind of be like, what does that even mean? Um, but now when I think about like the idea of like growing apart, it's like something, something somewhere was probably neglected in some area of that relationship or that marriage, because if you're allowing yourselves to grow apart in marriage, some need somewhere is not getting met, or some communication, some conversation is not being had. Maybe somebody is growing or maybe outgrowing the relationship, and someone is staying stagnant or staying the same or not working on themselves or whatever the case is. And that can cause, some rifts, because we are always changing, like as people, as individuals, we are always evolving into new people. That doesn't ever change,
Mhm.
right? Like I'm not the same person I was when I was 16 or 21 or 25. I'm not the same person I was last year, last month, right? Like we're always evolving and changing. And so I think the idea of growing apart, to me, still is kind of like, well, what were you growing into?
Mm.
What were you growing towards? And like, where was this one person going and this other person was going, and why couldn't you meet each other in the middle somewhere? um those are things that kind of come up for me, but I think just growing apart, like, oh, we just don't really mesh anymore. I'm like, well, I don't know, but that's me. I have hope for love and reconciliation and like all these things. So like, to me, I'm like, come on now, it can't be that, like if that's it, then I'm like, well, can we talk about it? Can we work through it? I mean,
Mhm.
can we also accept that and know that people do change over time?
Yes.
But, why did you choose this person in the first place? You must have saw something that said, I'm willing to grow with you and be with you for years and forever. So like,
Mhm.
what was that? But I digress.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, and there's two things I want to extract from that because you said some powerful things. One of them was I heard someone say when men get married, they expect the woman to stay the same. The woman is in hopes of that he would change.
Mm,
So you're kind of like missing each other or
yeah.
these unsaid expectations.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then there was something else that you said that I think was really powerful. You talked about if you grew apart, where was there any direction that y'all were supposed to be going in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was good. So do you think that, are you saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong, so what I'm hearing is there's not a vision for the home. That's what I'm getting from it.
Where is that piece of unity, right? Because we can grow as individuals, we're always going to do that, but
Mm,
there's also got to be like, okay, how are we intentionally growing together, and how are we intentionally keeping this home unified? there's that missing piece, and that kind of comes back to, okay, if we're growing apart, where there's that missing communication, that missing maybe emotional need or whatever it is that's not aligned for you to recognize that, or to see that, or to see that something's missing, and then it just kind of continues and continues and continues until there's a complete breakdown. So yeah, that's like not really being intentional about where that middle space can go in, and actually trying to just, have those conversations, talk about expectations, talk about those things.
Mm-hmm. That is so good. That's good. So what are some things that a married couple could do to grow together in your mind? What do you think are some things?
I think understanding each other's communication styles,
Mm-hmm.
understanding each other's operating, how you operate, how you process things, and like trying to meet in the middle, right? Because everybody is different. So like your partner may have different emotional needs than you. They might have different ways how they process an argument, how they communicate, how they express love. All of these things like they might be different. And then you have these like unsaid expectations about things, and you're expecting your partner to just automatically know and or be the same as you. And it's like, well, actually, that's most likely not the case. So being intentional about understanding those differences and seeing where you can meet each other in the middle. Like if you have an emotional need, like let's say for example, a wife wants to have like, long talks at the end of the day or something, or just want to conversate. And the husband, maybe he likes to be like, hold hands, or just kind of be like caressed, or things like that, or just held or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
physical touch. And maybe he's not good with words. And so having those long conversations might be a little bit difficult for him. Maybe she's like, I'm not really a touchy person, really. But so maybe that those aren't things that they're automatically going to lean into without having a conversation, without trying to meet each other in the middle to get those emotional needs met. And so that's really important to understand how your partner operates, how your partner communicates, how they want to receive love, and then how you can both meet each other's needs in the middle.
Mm. Yeah. Because I think to the breakdown of a marriage happens too is when one person is giving too much. They're trying to always meet that person on their side of the field when, like you said, they should be meeting in the middle. I heard a quote that said, compromise is dividing the cake in such a way that everybody believes they have the biggest piece. So we have to be willing to compromise and meet each other halfway. But a lot of times we kind of acquiesce to what that person want, and we lose ourselves in the process.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So. Yep. That happens a lot. People kind of over extending, giving out, not being poured back into. That can definitely lead to breakdown for sure.
Mm-hmm. But what did you do to heal from your divorce?
A lot of therapy for myself, and I'm a firm believer that every therapist should have a therapist. Lots of therapy, lots of journaling and reflecting, talking to my other friends who had experienced a divorce, knowing that I wasn't alone. I had also went to divorce care groups at church. Those were really helpful for me. It was really good to be in a space where other people had been experiencing the same thing, and being able to have some tools and being able to have God in that space was really, really helpful for me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of tears, a lot of crying, just allowing myself to feel, allowing myself to grieve. I think that was like the biggest thing for me, is just being like, being able to accept the grief process that came with divorce. And it's like, a lot of times divorce feels like a death. For me, it literally felt like, before everything was like finalized and all of these things, it was kind of rough because we were living in the same place, and
Mm-hmm.
it was just, I was there still kind of like praying and hoping that maybe something would change. I think the outcome would be different. But for me, it felt like a ripping of my soul. I could feel it in the spirit. I was just like, oh my gosh, this is what it feels like when like half of you it was the worst pain I think I've really ever experienced. And so, but allowing myself to grieve the relationship, the friendship, the way I thought my life would have been. Because I thought like, oh no, still be married at this age and have kids or whatever.
Yeah.
So grieving where I thought I would be, what my life was supposed to look like, all of these things. And allowing the time to do that, and the time to actually acknowledge it for what it was. Because I was with my ex for altogether, it was almost 15 years. It was like 12, 13 years, something like that. So, and we were young, like we were super young, grew up together, like had all these life transitions happening at the same time. So for me to allow myself to say, hell, this was a long time, it's gonna take a minute for me to probably be like, oh yeah, no, I'm all good. Like allowing yourself to recognize the ending of something, and to lay it to rest and give it, and to be able to mourn it, be able to literally say, okay, I'm releasing this, I'm laying this down, I'm giving myself time to mourn, to grieve, to accept, and try to move forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's interesting you talk about like the tearing of your soul. I remember going through my divorce, and I remember the very same thing, but we were at church and the pastor was praying for us. It was during service, and he said, I feel like there's been a tear in this relationship. And when he said that, like I felt like the inside of me just fell out of me. Like I was just this shell standing there,
Mm.
so yeah, I remember that feeling. And I was like, oh, it's really over.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I get it. I identify. What three ingredients every marriage need to be successful?
Mm. 3 ingredients. I would say respect. Um, I was gonna say love, but sometimes love is not enough. And so like sometimes that is just not enough. I definitely think loyalty is definitely something that needs to be there, and safety. And whether that's just be like emotional safety. And that kind of like safety slash like vulnerability too. I think we need to be able to have the space to be vulnerable, and we also need to be vulnerable, because that allows for communication to be had. It allows for other things to kind of work itself out in a way, because once you've laid it out, there's room to say, okay, I'm willing to work through whatever this is, and I'm also willing to express whatever it is. And that says there's a willingness to make this work, to see it through. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about, because you talked about respect,
Mm-hmm.
because I hear a lot of times I lost respect for him or her in a marriage. How do you feel like respect can ever be regained, or do you feel like when it's gone, it's just gone?
I think it can be regained. I think it depends on what broke it in the first place, or what made this person be like, yeah, no, I just don't respect this person as a as a woman, as a man, like,
Mm-hmm.
everybody's got their thresholds on what that is.
Gotcha.
Um, but I think someone has to be kind of willing to show maybe change or something, and someone has to be willing to receive that for it to be repaired, for respect to be gained back, because that's a big one. To for someone to have lost respect, and to stop seeing you a certain way. That's a big one, but it kind of comes back to the willingness. It's like, okay, I'm willing to show you that I've maybe worked on this or changed whatever it was that broke it. I'm also willing to hear you out. I'm also willing um to try to repair this or whatever this was. So it's got to be a willingness on both sides ultimately to
Mm-hmm.
try to repair and reconcile that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's real. I heard I heard a pastor the other day, and he was reading from the book of Colossians, and he talked about there's a scripture where it talks about make allowance for each other's faults.
Mm.
And I've read that scripture 10 million times, but the way he broke it down was like, do you have any capacity in you to allow for people to be human?
Mm.
And I was like I was stuck. Because again, I read the scripture 1,000 times, but a lot of times I think as humans, as people, we're so filled to capacity with stress, bills, worry, doubt, fears, and hope. And so I'm like, do I have capacity to allow my spouse to be human? Now, that's not saying that because, a lot of times people like to take extremes. I know whoever's watching this or whoever's listening, they like, but what if they did this? And what if they threw me out a 15-story window? I'm not talking about that, okay? But just allowing for them to be human, because just like you're human just like I am. And do they even have that capacity? So I think that might even be a great question to ask, like, while dating someone.
Yeah, that made me think about grace and how much grace we're willing to give to somebody in their humanness, and to accept that our partner is going to be flawed, it's going to make mistakes, um, but do we have enough grace to extend that to them, um, when they do? So that's a big one. It reminded me of when me and Mike, we were in the church and everything, and like one of my pastors was like, you have to, your husband is like your brother in Christ too. And I was like, yeah, like that made a lot of sense to me, because viewing them that way, it was like, oh, like you still deserve the same grace and mercy as I do. Um, and so that kind of it is able to kind of where helps when we are able to kind of be able to extend grace and extend forgiveness, um, and being able to see each other as like as just human to human, as just dust, really. Because I know a lot of times in relationships we might put our spouses on a pedestal. We might look at them as like, oh my gosh, the person who could do no wrong. And then when they do, it's like, wait a minute, oh no. Instead of looking at them as, not necessarily something to idolize. Because I do see that a lot, people idolizing marriage, idolizing the idea of a spouse or a spouse, um, to where they are that sitting on the throne of your heart, um, versus Christ. And when things start to fall apart, it kind of shows maybe what you have been placing at the throne of your heart. But when we see people for who they are, as just as dust, as human, as flawed, um, it allows room for us to maybe not idolize that person or what they represent in our lives, but to be able to meet them where they are, be able to see them for who they are, and be able to give ourselves space and room to lean on something else when maybe we have given all to this person and lean on them for everything. Being able to shift that when we begin to see them as just another flawed human being.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. That's a reel. I think I'm gonna post that. That's an Instagram reel because you was preaching. That's real. I'm just saying, like,
It comes out.
but and I was thinking I did a reel on this grace thing because there's a book called Grace Filled Marriage, which I think you might really enjoy, where he talks about how much grace God extends to us, and sending a son to die for us and those kind of things. And I did a reel where we talked about people sitting on the throne, or I won't say sitting on the throne because Jesus is supposed to be on the throne, right? But I talked about a reel that said I used a little nursery rhyme where it said Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall, Humpty Dumpty, had a great fall, right? And I was just thinking, like, that's the way we kind of do marriage, right? Like, they have this great fall and we can't put them together again. Like whenever they show their humanity, we just like, oh my God, I can't believe you've done this. It's almost as if we can't put them back together again. And it's one of those things where if we looked at them as human, when they do make mistakes, we can extend that grace. But I think a lot of times we struggle with that. I tell people God didn't create marriage to be more fulfilling than him.
Mm.
You know, because I do see a lot of times people idolize marriage. Like, I'm married, and but there's a certain amount of grace that you got to have when you're married.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That was good. That was good. Yeah, not letting marriage fulfill you more than him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because if that's the case, why would we need God then? If marriage was the apex of relationships, why are there so many trials and tribulations that come with it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Um, what advice would you give to singles who desire to marry?
My advice is to know yourself first. And get to know who you are if you haven't already. And also get an idea of what your standards are for a partner, what your deal breakers are, what are your non-negotiables, like what are your values, right? And that will help narrow down and kind of get you to where you're trying to go. Because when we understand our values and our core identity, it helps us be able to pick a partner who shares the same values, right? Like if I value faith and stability and knowledge, or whatever that is that I value, a partner that doesn't value faith or learning or any of the things that I value, then we're probably not going to be a fit. You're probably not going to meet the needs that I have. You're probably not going to understand when I'm going through certain things, or like when I'm praying, you might not get it if you don't value faith, or that's not a part of your life. So getting to know, like, what are your top 10 values? Like, what are things that are just like, this is the core of who I am. These are my unshakable things about me. And so when I'm meeting people, friendships, relationships, whatever the case is, if they don't value the same things, I know I can skip that, go on to the next thing, um, and just see how much better that feels to be with someone who more aligns with who you are, versus maybe some of the more surface level outward things that maybe somebody might look at like, that don't really matter in the long term. Because we're thinking about longevity. You want marriage, so you're saying you want something long term. You want something that's that's standing for a long time, forever. So you want someone who's going to match your values, at least share a majority of the values that you have. But to understand that, you have to know yourself. You have to get to know who you are as an individual, and to do your own healing work, instead of maybe looking for a partner to quote unquote fix you. and looking to them to heal certain parts of you. While I do think relational healing is important, I do think sometimes we need that, but that can't be the sole thing that gets you there. Like, you have to get to a solidness within yourself, a knowing of who you are. Not to say you have to be totally healed or arrived, because I don't think we ever get there.
No.
But you got to have a solid understanding of who you are, and you have to not necessarily depend totally on another person to make you feel better, to make you love yourself, or to make you feel like you're now worthy because now you've been picked. Right? Like, why, and understanding, why do you want marriage? What is it? What is it about it that makes you want it in the first place? So I think kind of being able to ask yourself those questions, reflect on that, but getting solid on who you are, your intention for marriage, and being able to know your deal breakers and your standards. I think once you've got that all figured out, I think you should be good. You should be all right.
I like that. And I know this is not a popular question, but I like that you said why. Like, why do you want to get married? And that can tell you a lot right there. Because some people are like, I just don't want to be lonely. And it's like, you can be married and lonely.
Yeah,
So
you absolutely can.
You got to come up with a better answer.
Yeah. You really got to sit with that why. You really have to sit with it.
I heard a pastor once say that when he counsel couples, he said, why do you want to get married? If they say everything based on like, I need, I want, he's like, that's a bad indicator. Because now you're making that person your everything, right? We just had the conversation about putting your marriage above, God and stuff like that. So I think that's a great question. I might leave that in the comment section below. Why do you want to get married? That's the one.
Yeah. And that was a good point too about the whole marriage is about sacrifice too. So if you're not ready to make some sacrifice, be willing to sacrifice for the sake of your marriage and for the other person, that's another thing. Because sacrifice it's in there with things to kind of make a marriage work. Really, as sacrifice. Because if you're saying, okay, I'm tied to this person for the rest of my life, it's not always going to be all about me, right? And to say, okay, what does this person need? How can I show up better for this person? How can I love this person? All of these things require some sort of sacrifice of self somewhere. And so being able to say, yeah, I'm willing to do that for my partner. I'm willing to sacrifice, and I want to be sacrificed for. That's a big one. That's a big one too.
That is so good. Yeah. Because outside of like God, I think one ingredient I'm always looking for if I'm coaching somebody, I'm looking for somebody that's like, I'm willing to serve. And I know that's a word we really don't use. I know it's like kind of like outdated or whatever. But if you're not willing to serve, then it's gonna be tough. Because if you have a like a servant's heart and you're willing to look out for that person, like you said too, and to be sacrificed for, I like that you said that, because we both have to look out for each other, but to be able to serve one another over time, like trying to outserve each other, I think that's a beautiful thing, because I'm always trying to make sure that you're good and vice versa. And that's how you keep those wheels turning. That's how you keep the well-oiled machine running,
Yeah, exactly. And that's so meaningful. When we see someone, maybe doing things they wouldn't normally do just to, see us smile or make us, feel better, or, just whatever the case is, like whatever it is that person is needing emotionally, and saying, hey, this isn't my norm, but I'm willing to meet you where you are. That's that's so meaningful and so powerful. It shows intention, it shows care. There's so much, because that's a lot of that's action, right? And sacrifice is an action. And so being able to see that That's a big deal. That is a big deal.
Yeah. Last question,
Mhm.
and you can answer it if you want to. You don't have to. But is Tiara open to remarriage?
Yes, I definitely am. Like I said, I believe in love. Okay. Yes, yes, I am so open for remarriage. I think marriage is a beautiful thing. Even though things did not work out how I ideally envisioned it with my ex, it didn't leave like a bad taste in my mouth about marriage because that's one experience. It doesn't, I can't, there's no room to generalize marriage or experiences because that's just one thing. And I refuse to let one experience paint a whole picture of something that is really meant to be beautiful and um, just a great thing. Like, yes, I believe it.
That's
Mhm.
what's up. I love it. I know I said this was my last question, but I think I got one more.
Mhm.
Okay, one more question. Um, one more question, and I forgot the question that fast, and it was a great question too. Oh, here it is. I found it. Who do you think makes a better spouse? Someone who's never been married or someone who's going into a remarriage? There's no wrong answer. Just I just wanted to see what's going on in Tiara's world.
Because someone who's already been married before, like, they kind of already know, they got some sort of insight into how marriage is and what it means. But, because they've gotten to that point with someone before. But if you didn't learn anything from that first experience, oh no. And someone who's never been married before, they might have this thing in them that's like, no, I'm ready. I have so much to give. I have all of this, like, and be a great partner, and be willing to learn and be willing to grow. And I think that's really all it is. It's just willing to grow, willing to learn, willing to sacrifice, um, and then you end up being a great partner for somebody. So it can go, either way, really.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah. No right or wrong answer. I just kind of wanted to see what you thought about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this has been a phenomenal episode. Thank you so much for taking some time out to uh, take this journey once again to be able to share with the world your experience. I just believe that this series is going to help somebody because you just never know what people are going through. And maybe this video can be a help to someone. So, Tiara, let everyone know how they can get in touch with you.
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram at Therapy with Tia. Also on LinkedIn as Tiara Faulkner. So yeah, like, send me a DM. Yeah, that's how you can reach me.
Okay, I'm not telling you guys to stay together before marriage. I'm not telling you that. However, the real problem came when you actually stayed together. So it's like it's one of those things where it's like you still do not really know your person until you start moving in with them. And now you can't go to your house, he can't go to his, and you actually got to come home to each other. Knowing what I know now about marriage and how to choose a mate and what to look for in a mate, I could say now he was not the man for me even then. But I was blind. I was blinded. I didn't see it because I wanted what I wanted. Then we both had people in our ears, so you know how that go.
What's up, Bravehearts community? This is Sean Heineman, your premier pre-engagement coach, back with another segment of It's Scared to Remarry, wanting you to love fearlessly. This is the beginning of the Life After Divorce series. As promised, people have been asking about it. When is it going to drop? Who are you going to have on? So today, our special guest is going to kick off. Brandy Yates. How are you doing, Brandy? She's no stranger to the show. What's going on, Brandy?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm tired, long day, but I am ready to get into this episode. I like these talks, so I love these talks, especially when it comes to relationship experience moving forward. I love your name, especially because as a divorcee, I'm looking to be remarried. I'm not scared no more. Like used to be, but so I'm ready to talk.
Andy say she ain't never scared. Okay. First question, and of course, we're talking about going through, when you were married and stuff in the infancy stages. Because I kind of want to get into the whole conversation because you never know who's going through something right now. Maybe they're, maybe contemplating a divorce. So, how did you and your ex-husband, how did y'all meet?
Um, so keep in mind everything that I say, of course, it's not a one for all. But I am gonna be very as honest as I can be.
For sure.
So we knew each other from high school, but we didn't mingle in high school. So we really met and mingled like during our college. So we went to like a smaller, college, and we started mingling, and it was strictly on friendship. The funny part and the odd part about it is that we didn't even date. So we started out strictly as friends, and then we ended up getting into church. So I'm gonna stop it there and then go on and let you, do your thing. So imagine.
Well, I want you to be able to talk about that as well, as far as with
Okay.
church, because I think that's very important.
Okay. Well, let's. So I am a believer. So everything I say, is not me attacking the church. So
Right.
if you listen to this, don't take it personal. It's not attacking God. It's not attacking the Bible, Jesus, the religion. It's not attacking none. This is just my experience. So anyhow, so we never dated. We just were friends. And the crazy part about it is like I was going through a lot of things in my own personal life. And so him and his mom, and they were there for me through my roughest times. And so we were really close friends. And I believe once I got into church, because he's always been a church guy. But once I didn't come from that family. We was ghetto, we was trauma, we was a bunch of stuff, right? And we weren't even thinking about God. So I always had this idea, this fantasy land, once I become grown, God gonna get me from this mess, this family I'm from, and he gonna send me my knight in shining armor. So then I met my friend who was in church. So we got into ministry. I started learning. I started growing in the word. I came into a family that I never had with the church.
Mm-hmm.
Not to go into too much detail like this, because it's a long story, but we ended up getting into ministry together. And what I believe now, I didn't see that then, and I wouldn't have admitted it then, but what I believe now is that the idea that I had for myself, the fairy tale that I created, I felt like that mingled with a lot of the pressure from the church with matchmaking. Because I don't know if you know, but you may know how church people do.
I already know.
You in ministry, oh, you spiritual, you so wise, you so smart. Oh, and he do this, and he, and it's like, and y'all already friends, and y'all look fun together, and it just was a lot of mixing and mingling. And I feel like both of us were pretty much, because we had an idea, what I'm saying? We had an idea of marriage. We had an idea of what, once we get married, do everything right by the Bible. No sex before marriage. We ain't do none of that. No sex before marriage. We felt like, this is it. He wasn't trying to have sex with me. I wasn't forcing him to have. So this gotta be God, right? Because we doing it right by the Bible. Then everybody in the church hearing from the quote unquote Holy Spirit, right? So it gotta be God, right? Anywho, so yeah, that's how we met. That's how we mingled and end up getting married.
Mm-hmm.
That's a short version.
Yeah, for sure. Because there's a couple of questions I want to ask.
Okay.
What made you say this is the man for me?
I feel like at that time, if I can look at it now,
yeah,
he was not the man for me.
Mm-hmm.
But at that moment, again, I was in my own traumas. I was in my own head. This is what I want. He was a really great friend. I almost looked at him like the brother I never had, the uncle I never had. Like he filled all the roles of the male perspective that I've never had. So it was a connection there. And then we were both in church, in ministry. Again, he was smart, he was wise, he wasn't doing like forcing, you know how y'all men is with y'all hormones. So it was no sex before marriage. It just seemed like this was the man, for me. Outside of church, though, outside of being a friend, laughing and stuff like that, we didn't even really have nothing that's in common. So, and I didn't see that at that time because, again, when you're blinded by you looking at the scriptures and you hearing the church folks and everybody praying with you, and you got this idea like this got to be God. You tell people some stuff and then they mix it in like, oh, see, that's the Lord saying, X, Y, and Z. And me, again, I didn't grow up on church. And we grow up, this is all fresh and new to me. So to me, it's a new experience. I'm feeling good. I'm like, dang, I'm finally gonna get a husband. So I'm caught up in the mix.
Yeah.
So if I can look back now, saying it now, he was not the man for me. He wasn't a bad guy. He didn't do anything abusive, anything like that. But knowing what I know now about marriage and how to choose a mate and what to look for in a mate, I could say now he was not the man for me even then. But I was blinded. I didn't see it because I wanted what I wanted. Then, we both had people in our ears, so you know how that go.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny you say that because same thing with my ex-wife and I. Like outside of church, looking back now, we really didn't have anything in common.
And it's no shade, it's no shade to them, and I try to tell people from my experience, because at first I was bitter when it all was going down. But the more I went on my journey and started learning myself, more I started digging into my own relationship with God, praying, fasting, and things like that. I'm like, you know what? I can't even blame him. I'm like, I can't even blame him. Like, I allowed myself to pretty much be, smoothed on into the situation, manipulated, if you want to, for the, better term, manipulated into a situation that I should have never, got myself into. So we didn't have, when they say marriage, I don't know if you heard that term, but when they say marriage shows what's in you, oh, it shows what's in you. And that's how I started seeing, like, we ain't got nothing in common. What we get married for? So
we got nothing in common. I get
it. Church.
Yeah, I get it. Did you both do premarital counseling?
We did. We went through our pastor, and to do it. But here's the crazy part, even about that, I still, even doing that, I didn't feel complete. Like I would even ask him, I would be like, do you feel like we learned something? Like, what do you think about that? Like, did you feel that? Like, well, men, women always have feelings. Yeah. But for men, I'm just like, I don't feel, I don't feel a connection. I don't feel, oh my God, I'm excited to get married. I don't feel like I got that from the counseling. And I don't know if it's because, again, at that time, there were really nothing connecting us, on a deeper level outside of being, I don't know if that is what it was, but I mean, we did the counseling, but
yeah. How do you feel about premarital counseling? Especially, do you think you should go through a church, or do you think maybe you should go just maybe to like a licensed professional, or even if they have that option in a church? How do you feel about that?
I like that you said that. And this is just my experience, but I do believe you should go through a licensed person. Maybe a relationship counselor, relationship therapist or something like that. I do believe that is the better route. And the only reason I say that, again, from experience, is because I believe church is church. We go by them scriptures. And what's the goal? Get you married. Better to marry than to burn. Don't want you fornicating. So it's like they mind and heart is in the right place, but I don't think the motive is in the right place. And I feel like with the church, and this is just even from talking to other people who've been through like different churches, not just my church that's went through it, they pretty much kind of said the same thing. It's almost like we do the scriptures, we go through the scriptures. What does God say about marriage? We do the logistics of it. But they don't really dig into making you dig into yourself. Why are you getting married? What have you learned about this person? What have you learned about yourself? Do you know, like, okay, if this happens, how would you handle that? Like, what scenarios have y'all discussed? Like, it don't get into the deep depths of the behind the scenes marriage. You know what I'm saying? It kind of talks about the surface scripture level so that you can kind of look like the marriage that God wants you to look like to people. You know, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but it's like I do feel like you should go to, if the church have it, cool, but more of a relationship therapist or a relationship counselor, like somebody that's legally certified in some type of psychological degree or something. Not, that spirit. I feel like do that first, but you also can do the ones at the church. But
Yeah.
As a secondary though, I don't feel like it needs to be primary.
I feel that. And like you say, because it's easy to, husbands love your wives, and
As Christ love the church.
wives, and yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I get it, because I don't believe in myself, but like you say, it's the deeper things that those questions, hey, maybe this ain't gonna work, because we having a serious conversation and it might not work.
Yeah, and this is not to combat scripture. It's not to combat
Sure.
the church, but this is what I feel like with that, because that was one of them, that we went through. You got to love her like Christ loved the church, and of course he was in church and ministry, so he understood it. But you got to think about the men who don't understand it, the men who are not spiritual, the men who are not going to church. They don't know what you're saying. They just saying yeah so they can get it over with. They're not really connected like that. So I feel like we lose them. We're not doing due diligence when we're doing that, to those type of people. But we say that, but here's the thing with that. You can say love her like Christ loved the church. But let's be real, we are human. We are dealing with Christ ain't coming to us like our wife, and I'm just putting myself in y'all shoes. Christ ain't gonna come to y'all like the wife gonna come to y'all. So it's like that ain't even a good example.
Yeah.
Because Christ ain't gonna come to you with no attitude or no assumptions or, and I'm not just in general, things that I'm saying. Christ ain't gonna go through your phone. Christ ain't gonna tell you when you're coming home, where your homeboys at. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's almost like, that hit the surface. That's just surface. That's not deep. It's not helpful.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And even if the people don't even have that personal relationship, you know what I'm saying, let alone church. But I get it. Because that's a whole conversation within itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. At what point did you know there was trouble in paradise?
Oh, when did it start? I want to say it started obviously with the honeymoon was good. We came home. We bought our house pretty fast.
Mm.
So when we moved, so this is another thing too. Okay, I'm not telling you guys to stay together before marriage. I'm not telling you that. However, the real problem came when you actually stayed together. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like you still do not really know your person until you start moving in with them. And now you can't go to your house, he can't go to his, and you actually got to come home to each other.
Yeah.
And you actually got to communicate. So it started with our communication first. And it was like, again, I didn't grow up in church. I came into church at like 19, 20. He always grew up in church. So it got to the point where he wouldn't even communicate to me. He would run to the house of the Lord.
Mm.
So imagine the resentment I started having towards God.
Mm.
And I'm like, this the husband? Like, God, this the man you gave me? Like, we ain't gonna talk every time we go, he gonna leave and go to the church? Like, what? So it started with the communication, and it started early on. We were married a total of 6 years, but we were separated like 3 of those years.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Do you feel, because there's I won't say there's controversy around it, but there's a debate about should you live together with your significant other before marriage or vice versa? Like, how do you feel about that?
Personally, I do feel like it. I believe once you get engaged, Once you know, oh yeah, this who I'm finna be with, we finna do that thing. I feel like go ahead and move in once you're engaged, because you've already, this who you want to be with, right? You
Right.
start mingling, because I think and I know the church doesn't, because that goes with shacking up, fornicating and all that. But let's be honest, you're fornicating before you even moved in the house. So let's be real here. So you moving in or not moving in ain't stopping nothing. So
Right.
so I do feel like in the single or the boyfriend girlfriend stage, whatever you want to call it, I do feel like y'all should be at each other's houses more. But I think once you finally engage, okay, let's start mingling. Let's start looking for a house together, apartment together, or whatever. Let's start staying together in our engagement stage. So you can kind of see kind of what's going on. You get that feel of it versus you don't know. And then all of a sudden you married and now we just linked. And now it's like you just threw yourself in, you throwing yourself into something that you didn't gracefully go into. You just, boom, this is what you're supposed to do because you married.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, because there's so much to talk about in that, and I don't want to stay there too long, but
yeah.
I wonder sometimes, is there like, do people act different when they're and I'm throwing my air quotes, shacking up, opposed to when they're actually married? I wonder if people kind of act different because, and I have an opinion on that, but you tell me what you think.
And in my opinion is, I'm a life coach. Look, life and relationship coach. So, okay. So I do think there's a difference in between the way men think and the way women think about it. So I think women think that there will be a change after you're married. It's gonna be a really good change once you get married and move in together. Men is kind of like, there ain't really no change. Like, I don't expect you to just drastically, if you weren't cooking for me before, I don't expect you to be cooking for me after. So it's like, I don't think men look forward to a drastic change after you're married and moved in. I think women do. And that's where a lot of our disappointments happen. But that's just the difference in between the way men and women think about it. So
no, I hear you. That's real. Looking back, what could you have done to keep your marriage, and what could you have done differently?
Looking back from what I know now, I would not have gotten married that soon, or to the person, that I got married to. I got married at 21, I believe. 21 to 22, the age of 21, 22. I would not have gotten married that soon. I know some controversy behind that, but I wouldn't have got married that soon, and then I wouldn't have got married to that particular person. So it's really nothing that I could say that I would have done to keep it. But I will say, for those who have went my route or that's trying to get married, I will say, don't go into it thinking that another person is going to fill every void and the unhealed trauma that you had from like your childhood, teenage on up. Don't go into it thinking that once you get married, that's going to fix all of that, because it doesn't. It does none but bring it out even more. So.
Totally agree with that. That is so real. So what did you do to heal after your divorce? How did Brandy find Brandy? What were some things that you did to heal?
After I got done having my fits and my angers and cries and all of that, I started, because I was just church, work, home, church, married life. And then we ended up having a son after, we got a year after we got married. So that's all I was focused on. Like, I didn't have an outside life. So once I got through with my fits and being mad at God and, blaming him and all of that, I started finding myself. So I started finding things that I actually like to do that I didn't even know that I like to do. So I started skating. I started taking myself to the movies. I would just go by myself to go eat. I would go window shop. Like, I would just go and, so quote unquote, I would dream again. Because I felt like I had lost everything and wasn't no hope again. I wouldn't find nobody else. Not that I couldn't, but it's just I didn't want to go through that again.
Yeah.
Like, for me, it was like, what if I picked wrong again? So I just took that time and I started finding myself. And I still went through a bunch of BS, a bunch of things of, falling, hitting my head, making bad decisions. But during that journey of doing that, it's like the childhood trauma started coming up. It was just so many layers that I was hiding and that I thought the marriage had covered. So it was like once that was over, I didn't have nothing to cover it with again. It's like everything just started coming up from the surface inside, internally, to the point where I was like, you know what? And everybody would come to me for their problems. I looked like I never had no problems. And I was like, you know what? Why is it that people feel like I ain't got no problem? Like, why do they come to me about all of their problems? They trust me. They vent to me about everything, names, everything. And I'm like, and they like, you should be a therapist. I'm like, no, I can't even, I don't tell them that, but in my head, I'm like, I'm jacked up. Like I'm jacked up in there. There's no way I can be a therapist. But then I started praying and asking God, like, okay, why is these people coming to me? Like it be people I be on the bus. Because when I went through my divorce, I hit rock bottom. So we went through bankruptcy. We lost everything. So I'm having to find another car, a new house, just everything. So I'll be on the bus, I'll be walking, and people would just look at me and they be like, man, you got something, it's something on you, like an aura on you. You just seem peaceful. And then they would just start telling me their business. So I'm like, what is this? Like, I don't like it because my problems ain't even fixed. But everybody, come to me trying to tell me their problems. Like, I'm just so put together. So I started asking God to show me my purpose. What is this? Why am I going through this? And along the way, I was looking into therapy. Not going to therapy, but looking to being a therapist. And I looked at the school. I'm looking at my age. I'm looking at my son. I ain't really got support, to help me with him and stuff like that. So I'm like, I don't want to go through the schooling for being a therapist. Mm-hmm. But I was reading a lot of books. I'm a reader, so I read a lot of psychology books, mindset books. I was reading a bunch of stuff, listening to a bunch of stuff. And then it was to the point where I was like, you know what? Along that journey, life coaching came up. And I'm like, what the heck is a life coach? So I started researching that. And I'm like, you know what? That is a route I can go that's similar to therapy without going through all of the long schooling and tests. So as I started going through that and researching, I started finding content. I started YouTube, different podcasts. Again, I'm a reader, so books. The people that would come to me with their problems, after I'm done with them, I would pray, okay, God, how can I help them? What can I say to them? Like I was just doing all of that on my own journey, taking it off of myself and actually embracing the fact that even though I felt like I was broken to the point where I was unusable, I'm like, okay, but I'm still here. So it's something that you got for me. So then I started just embracing that journey of talking to people, helping them, giving them advice. And believe it or not, along that journey of me giving them that advice, I would go home, I would cry, and I would, just listening to what I said to them. And it was like a double-edged sword. So it was like I gave them that advice, but I had to go eat it later. I had to eat that same sword that I, gave to them. So that pretty much that's how I was able to heal, by giving other people advice. Probably sound crazy, but that's how I was able to heal. So.
No, that makes sense because this
it
is no, it does because it's like you learn as you teach.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But there's some of us that have a certain level of conviction that when we tell people stuff, we double back in our head. And maybe, I don't know if I'm speaking for you too, but I know for me, I'm like, am I doing that too?
Bingo. That's and that's the thing. I don't like to get into I'm gonna go back to one of your tweets you did. And I was at work, so I was sneaking on my phone, but I saw your tweet come through. It said, I think it was a question, and it asked, do you rather listen to single life coaches or married life coaches? I think, and I can't remember my exact response, but in that thing, it shows me that the titles matter more. And so people don't even listen to the information yet until they feel like they can relate to the title. I hate it, but that's just how a lot of people's psychological mind is made. It's just made up. So with that being said, I'm like, okay, I'm not married, I'm divorced, but I know what God is doing. I know what his purpose is in me. I know the lessons I've learned, and I know the advice that I can give. I know the help that I can give. So I'm going to continue on, because truth be told, what I'm saying to y'all, single, married, divorced, or whatever, what I'm saying to y'all, I'm eating those words just as much. I'm not just saying it because it sounds good. I gotta go sit with that too. So it's like I always gotta be up to par because I was having a fit with God one day and I'm like, look, I don't want to do this no more because every time I gotta tell them something, like you checking me and whooping me on, like I gotta face that too. So it's like if you're not ready to really sit in your own stuff, take the accountability and change for yourself, that advice you get, it's gonna be empty for one, because people don't, people is smart. They gonna be like, you just saying it, you don't even live by that. So it's like, to your tweet the other day, so I'm like, I'm confident to call myself a life coach, even being serious, a relationship coach, even being single, because the information I know is solid. Like a lot of information I say, a lot of people that's actually married say the same thing. So, I'm confident that I'm on the right path of learning myself so that I can give that same information out to help others heal and hopefully not go through the same thing that I went through with
Yeah.
relationships. Hopefully.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And no, one of the reasons I connected with you because your content was out of control. I was like, let me email her, because
Yeah.
so no, don't ever feel. I mean, I get it, but
No, but it was a good. I like the. I wish I wasn't at work because I probably would have hopped like, hey, can we get on the what they call them on Twitter,
I know
the
you're talking
video
about.
thing, the
Yeah.
rooms or whatever they call it. I wish I wasn't at work because I would have hopped on like, this is good. Like I'm not afraid to have those conversations, because again, like people, I'm divorced. Marriages. If you do the statistics, there's a lot of people divorced, especially the ones in the church. So it's like this is not taboo. We need to discuss it. And people need to be okay with, this might sound bad, but people need to be okay with the divorce. Like, a lot of us get married for the wrong reason. I can just say, I did. I know I did.
Preach.
And we say, oh, let no man separate what God has joined together. You're absolutely right. What God joined together. It's a lot of things we joined together that he didn't join. So
Preach.
you can't use that spirit, because I questioned that too. When I got divorced, I'm like, God, you said, don't let no man separate what you joined together. And I started fast. I was mad. And I'm like, why am I going through this? I'm mad. And like he taking me to different scriptures. And I'm looking here like, oh my God. You never told me to marry. You didn't tell me to marry him. My mind did, my fantasy did, the church people did, but you didn't tell me to marry him.
And all things work together for the good, right? I mean,
Ooh,
you're
yes.
wiser and you're smarter, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. And we
God
great
still.
co-parents though. Like we talk, you would never even think that we went through what we went through, because we talk, we joke, we like say little crazy stuff to each other, like, and neither one of us want to be back with each other. But it's like I'm looking like, now how we can be real good friends even after that.
Yeah.
But it's the acceptance that, you know what, we weren't even supposed to be together. That's on us. That's not on God.
Yeah. And that's maturity right there, because a lot of times people think that when you divorce, it has to be this bitter kind of, I hate you, I can't stand you, I hope you burn, that whole thing. It doesn't always have to be like that. I think that just shows a sign of maturity.
Can
So
I
go
can I
ahead.
ask you a question?
Come on. Yeah, we talking,
Okay.
we
So
talking.
look, this is your show. I don't want to take over, but okay. With that being said, why do you feel like it's so much turmoil after a divorce? Like, why do you feel like people bicker at each other and hate each other so bad?
I think, and I know this gonna sound way left field. I think it's all about expectations, what we thought this person was going to be. And I've learned this time, and it's I'm learning. I'm trying to turn a wheel in this area of my life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to, and this might sound crazy, I'm trying to take away expectations from my wife now.
We got to talk about that.
Yeah.
I mean, and not now, but like
Yeah.
Yes, because I can admit my ex. I told you in the beginning, it was my fantasy.
Yeah.
Like it was my fantasy I placed on somebody that I never even had the conversation with to see what else outside of church that we had in common.
Yeah.
So it was like that was an expectation I ran after. He ran after his expectations, and then we got into some mess.
Yeah.
But again, like you said, all things work together for the good of those
who love God.
Who love God and are called according to his purpose.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
turn it into purpose.
You know, so now, and here you are a coach, right?
Yeah, yeah,
You see what I'm
yeah.
saying? So you just, you know, we got to trust them. But I'm trying to take away all expectations. And to me, real love is when you can actually don't have those expectations, but because this person loves you so much, they are willing to be sacrificial to make sure that you're good instead of you having these expectations like why you ain't make dinner tonight or and which is very hard, right? But if you could take away those things. So I try to be grateful in my approach. So whenever my wife makes my plate or whatever she does for me, I say thank you.
And that part right there, I like how you said that because and again, these are things I feel like even though we were married 6 years, separated 3, so I still feel like I had a short-lived marriage. So a lot of things, you know, I learned again from my failed experience, the things I put into my spirit to start learning, you know, watching other people having the conversations, I started learning these things. And I like how you said that because it'll be like stats going around like I'm not and they talk about men when they saying this, but they were like, I'm not applying a fish for swimming. And I said, I get it, but no, like you have to be appreciative. When you appreciate somebody, it goes back to I don't need to have an expectation. You know why? Because when I show you appreciation for what you do, and when I have those conversations with you and I'm not beating you down, I'm not always pointing like, well, I do this and you don't, I'm not pointing out the bad all the time, but I express to you the things I would like. And we just in this smooth conversation, I don't need an expectation because you gonna love me enough so you be like, I hear you. I'm gonna change on my own. Cause that's what expectation is. It's control.
Yep.
It's control. Like I put you in this box. Now we don't want to be put in boxes, right?
Right.
Our expectations put the other person in the box. You know, and I don't know about your wife, but now, you know, women are working now. So it's like, and this too, this is what I'm learning even going forward. So right now I'm not dating. I'm tired. So when I get back on the dating scene, this is my thing. I'm going to put that up front. You know, like, hey, I'm working, you working, and I run a brand. We got to share duties.
Yep.
We got to share house duties. I know I can't help you with a car, but guess what? I'll help pay somebody for the car. You know, that way you ain't doing house duties and every duty that we say man got to do. Like we got to compromise. It ain't about. I'm not into the what is it, the traditional roles anymore.
Yeah.
We're just not there.
Yeah.
You know, at least not 100%. You know, some things obviously the man will do, some things the woman would do, simply because we're nurturers. But I don't want, it's the expectation part for me. It's just when you put that on somebody, you're controlling their narrative actually.
Yep.
You know, because go ahead.
No, I was about to say, no, I was about to say, true, you know, true love is allowing the person to be who they are and not who you think they should be. You know what I'm saying? And I had to learn that. Like it took me 15 years of marriage and going through a divorce to not trying to control people. So I don't know if I answered your question or not. You know, we get to talk.
No, you did. Yeah. I feel like you did, and then the way you went into all of this, Okay. And I like how you said that though, because I honestly think that's what's going on. I think a lot of us are controlling the narrative of the other person, you know, and it's like, I don't know if I don't even always want to say it's selfish, so to speak. I think sometimes we don't even know that we're doing it, especially if we get away with doing it so long. I don't even know if we know that that's what we're doing. So that's why I like these conversations, because somebody could hear this and be like, dang, I think I kind of do that. Like my man or my wife never said nothing, but dang, I think I kind of do that. So then you on your own start to make adjustments without them even asking, because you're running across content like this and it's like, oh, dang, I think I kind of do that. Take the accountability, you know, so you don't end up divorced like me. But
and divorce like me, right? I know I get no, I get it. It's the expectations and stuff like that. They're killers. I was going to ask you, I have one more question actually too,
okay,
because we get to talking. You were talking about when you were reading books and listening to podcasts, what is one book that stood out to you that made you say, ooh, Brandy, I need to get it together, or, just self-reflection?
Okay, so I read books differently. I don't recommend you do this unless you can, but I read maybe about 4 or 5 books at a time. And I don't always finish them. I just whatever day I'll see a book that I have my set of books that out. I got my bookshelf, then I got the books that I'm working with. So it's just I'll sit down for a minute, I'll just grab one of them out of there. And then I'll just pick up reading off where, I was at. So I can't pinpoint a specific book. But I know one.
Well, give me 4 of them. Give me 4 of the, give me 4 of the
But
books.
look, I'm trying to look and I'm trying to think of all the names, and I can't think of all the names. I don't have them in front of me. Do I got one right here? So it's an author. I don't know if you may have heard of him. I got one right here. Okay, I got 2 right here. So this guy right here, he got so many books. You guys can actually start there because I got a lot of his books. But John Gray, you heard of him?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, the man that created the Venus and what is it? Hold on, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
that
classic.
book. When I tell you, I think everybody, even if you don't get all his books, get some of his books because he breaks down the science of men and women. And it's almost like I feel like until we understand the science of that, now we're gonna make adjustments, of course, but until we understand the science of that, I believe we're not going to do the things like what you said. We're not going to love them according to who they are. We're going to always place the expectation because, again, when as women, we look at y'all and we expect y'all to kind of move like us, like, well, like with feelings. Okay, so you don't think nothing about that? You're like, nah.
Yeah.
What? How come? And it's like, how you don't fit, you act like nothing wrong. No, I do act like something wrong. I just don't act like it's wrong like you act like it's wrong. So it's like John Gray. Google him, his book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. Those books are lovely.
Yeah.
But then I went to read a lot of self-help books. So like this one book I got right here, it's called Keep It Shut, talking about your mouth. Because as a woman, you know how we get with our mouth.
Yeah.
So I had to start doing stuff again. I got some books that are it's a book, Tyrese and
Rev Run.
Yeah, I got that book because I started getting books that worked on me as a woman with my mouth, my attitude. The Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, so I could understand the difference with us. Like I said, self-help, working on me in general, and then I started buying books that was specifically about men. It's a TD Jakes book called Men something.
Emotions.
Yeah. You got it.
Oh, so, I'll be in my books. I got some behind me.
Look, I bought that and I'm like, okay, so I got 3 different types. So one that explains our natural being, and then one that works on me and myself, and then another that's strictly for men so I can help understand them from, a not so natural science stand. So all of that together, it's like it just started working on me. And I started, gaining the knowledge again, and then praying. Like, I know some people don't believe in the Bible or whatever, but whatever spiritual, whatever you do, but pray about working on you first. That it's going to start with you. You can't change the other person, and you're gonna find it out when you get married.
Yeah, right.
You ain't gonna be able to change them. But
sure. Well, I'm gonna have that Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. I'm gonna have that linked up in the description below, so anybody want to get that book.
Yeah.
What are 3 ingredients every marriage need to be successful? It's your cake, but just give me your 3.
Yeah, I have a lot. I want to pinpoint only certain 3. One of them, and it's basically is what I do with my brand a lot. I stand on it. Accountability is big. You got to have accountability. Grace.
There's a book.
Look, pause on that for a minute. Grace.
There's a book called Grace-Filled Marriage. Have you read that book?
Oh no, let me write that down. You said graceful?
Grace-Filled Marriage.
Oh, Grace-Filled.
Yeah.
No, never even heard of it.
That book almost had me in tears. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So, accountability, grace, and this probably gonna be the eyeball of it. But I feel like you need to have your self-care.
Mhm.
So in your self-care, I'm not talking about nails, I'm not talking about getting hair done. When I say self-care for the man and for the woman, you need time by yourself. That ain't saying break up on your person, but I'm saying like take your staycations, take them, get away for a weekend, like get away and just rejuvenate into you. Because at the end of the day, I feel like you still are two individuals.
Yeah.
I know we use scripture and be like, oh, we are one. Yeah, but no. Like let's not make that weird there.
Yeah.
You're one in the spirit, you're not one in the body. So you still should have your own me time. You still should have your own, hey, I get to go do this without my spouse needing to be there, without me always having to have kids. So accountability, grace, and having your individual self-care time.
I love that. That's good. And those staycations come with trust. You know what I'm saying?
That's definitely going, it comes with trust, and it's definitely going to, I want to say, test your trust. But test and build it though, because it, now for those who dealt with cheating, and I try not to touch cheating on my platform because I just try not to touch it. But for those who dealt with cheating, I get, it may be hard for you to let this person, just go out just without you. But at the end of the day, and I made a stat, I don't know if you saw it recently, I talked about micromanaging a cheater. If you don't trust them, if you feel like they're going to cheat again by going away on staycations or without you or whatever, you're micromanaging a cheater. And there's something else that needs to be dealt with, because if they are a cheater and they're going to cheat, it don't matter how much you micromanage them, they're going to find ways and creative ways to do it. So, that staycation or, going off, even for a day, it ain't even got to be a weekend. Just, hey, this whole day, it's just going to be me. I ain't gonna deal with no kids. I ain't gonna deal with no wife or, the husband. It's just me to myself. That's gonna also show you, am I ready to trust again? Like, can I trust again? Or it's gonna make you say, I have to let go. I gotta put them in God's hands, and I gotta let go. I stayed. I said I want to rebuild it. You can't put humans on the leash.
Right.
So yep. Those my three I'm gonna stick with.
That's good. No, that's really good. Last question. What advice would you give to singles who desire to marry?
The advice that they don't like to hear, focus on you.
Yeah.
Focus on you. Work on yourself. Like, I feel like people feel like I need to be in a relationship to know how to be in a relationship, but you don't. Focus on your relationship with your family, with your kids, with your friends. Like, the way you communicate to them, that's how you're going to communicate to your person. It does not change. The way you handle them, if you're always argumentative, if you don't want to listen, if you listen to respond, not to understand, that's how you're going to do your partner. So you don't have to be in a relationship to learn these things. Like, you, as a single, work on you, because you're going to learn the things you need to learn through your other encounters, your platonic, relationships. So it's simple. What they don't want to hear, they don't like hearing it.
No, that's good. I felt that 100%. Brandy, this has been a phenomenal episode. Yeah, it's gonna be a hard act to follow because we got some more people coming. So you just kick the door down. So we're gonna be excited. So we got some more parts coming, more awesome guests. What's up?
I feel like this was light. I feel like we got to get in another topic, because I'm ready to get into some real juicy stuff. So I feel like I went pretty light on them today. So
okay. Well, we got to do it again. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make it happen. We just connected like that. Brandy, let everyone know how they can get in touch with you.
On all platforms. I'm not heavy on Twitter like I should be, but all platforms.
Like you should be.
You can type in. I be forgetting about Twitter. I need
I've
to
been
get
messing with you. Go ahead.
But conquering relationship. You just type that in. It should get to. You should be able to get to it. I think it's. I don't know if it's conquering relationships on TikTok or if it's Brandy Yates, but type in those two. Either way, you can get to if you go to Conquer Relationships on Instagram or Facebook, it'll get you to all my other social media sites.